Hello, and welcome to PixelPalooza. This is a partnered event brought to you by CFE.dev and FITC. My name is Sean C. Davis, and I'm going to be your MC for the whole day today, as we can't find Brian anywhere. No, I'm just kidding. All right, I'm in developer experience at Netlify, and this is the first time I've been able to be a part of this event, and I'm really excited for today. We're going to be all across the board talking about media for the web, and this is coming to you from a set of really great and talented speakers today. Now, I typically like to start these days off by giving some fun fact about myself. But given the topics that we're talking about today, and I want to talk I'm going to give you a different fun fact. You know, a lot of what we've been talking about in these conferences, various events over the last few years, just the chatter around the dev communities is really about this extremely rapid pace of progress, which is almost exclusively with the emergence and popularization of these AI tools. But I think what's really interesting, you know, as we're talking about media today, is to take a look back on a progress in related areas. So I decided to do that with photography, which, you know, most of the way that I feel like we consume photography today is actually on the web. So here's my fun fact. I was doing some research earlier today and found that the oldest surviving photograph actually, first of all, it has a name, which I think is interesting, and it's called The View from the Window at Le Gras. And it was taken sometime between 1826 and 1827, projected onto this pewter plate, which was like, I mean, for me, about this big, like 6 by 8 inches or so in size. And then we can contrast that with the largest photograph ever taken, which is an astounding 365 gigapixels, and it's a photo of Mont Blanc. And the way that they constructed this was by taking 70,000 individual photographs and stitching them together, which took I think it took about 2 months to actually make it happen. So it's like, okay, but what's the, like one was digitally captured and the other was captured and tactically. And so what's the actual comparison of this? All right, so if we printed out that 365 gigapixel photo, it would be roughly the size of a soccer field if we printed it at 300 dpi. So that means that this photograph taken in 2015 is about 80,000 times bigger than the original photograph. So that's wild. Progress all over the place. All right, and with that, I really want to get into the content today. And so as we kick off PixelPalooza, I want to start by thanking our sponsors who made this event possible. These two lead sponsors are Cloudflare and Imagix, and we also have another sponsor in Cloudinary. And we really just wouldn't be able to put these events on without the generous support of these sponsors. So thank you very much to all three of these sponsors. Now, throughout this event, we're going to run Q&A with most of the speakers. So if you have a question, just type it up in the chat. We're going to keep a list going, and we'll end most of these sessions with a Q&A round. And we're also going to send out some swag throughout the course of the day. And all of the swag was generously donated by our friends at Cloudflare. And so we're going to pick some folks who are particularly active in the chat. So if you want to grab that swag, keep typing up, and jump into conversations, ask questions, keep it going. All right. And with that, it's time to dive into our content. Our first presenter is Nareka Divaldi, and she comes to us from Cloudflare, where she's a product positioning manager, and she's shaped product narratives from innovative startups across demanding sectors, including fintech, SaaS, and developer platforms. Her work focuses on bridging gaps between complex technology and clear user value, a passion she currently applies to the field of real-time audio and video in media products. And outside of her work, Nareka is a weekend chef who once seriously considered becoming a chef and is powered by a chaotic playlist of Disney and Adele. And me too. So please, everyone, welcome Nareka Divaldi.
Hello. Hi, everyone. So glad to be here. I'm Nareka, very excited to be here. I'll be talking about how to make your life a little easier when it comes to building real-time audio and video workloads. So let's start by understanding where real-time audio and video is, right? It's across every place. Real-time communication is everywhere. It powers your video calls like FaceTime, this Zoom meeting, your telehealth sessions. It begins with broadcast and interactive entertainment like online classes, gaming sessions, or TikTok, live shopping, everything. Um, it's also a lot of people miss this, but it's also the same technology that powers your devices like security camera, baby monitors, drones, and even voice assistants, right? Real-time tech is essentially what makes these responses instant responsive across any platform, across any device, across multiple industries, right? So what is real time, right? It's basically delivering information like audio and video as it happens with virtually no noticeable delay. The goal is to make the experience as natural and immediate as a face-to-face conversation. When you want that to happen, uh, there are certain defining traits that you have to look for when looking for a real-time solution. One is low latency. For us humans, any information that you receive in under 10 and 100 to 150 millisecond range feels like it's been received in real time. So any latency below this threshold is perceived by us as real time. Second is intelligent media handling. In an ideal real-time solution, you would also look for intelligent media handling to effectively route and manage the streams to make sure that the routing essentially happens, right? And finally, network resilience. A good real-time experience must adapt on the fly to network issues like bandwidth, jitter, packet loss, etc. This is to ensure that the smooth experience persists even on shaky connections. Now, how did we get to real time becoming the baseline, where everything is instant and you need responses as soon as possible in under 100 milliseconds? Um, Back in 1990s, communication was mostly async, where we all survived on emails. Emails went out, replies came days later, and instant replies weren't expected. A part of me also feels that I want that back, but anyways, I'll put my flight mode on when that happens. Uh, in 2000s, things picked up. Messaging apps, smartphones, and affordable internet made real-time text the norm. Now this text then became this text then moved to more richer formats like audio and video, driven by platforms like Snapchat and Instagram. And then the pandemic hit not too long ago, and this was the turning point. Suddenly, real-time communication became essential. From work to school to just staying connected with your friends and family, real-time audio video communication was everywhere. And now we've entered a new era where real time powers the next generation of experiences, from AI assistants and voice agents to immersive uh, uh, augmented reality experiences and multimodal inferences. In this world, real time isn't optional, it's kind of expected. And the users demand live feedback, intelligence and presence directly built into every interaction. So let's see what goes on behind the scenes when you're building experiences like these from scratch. So if you're building a real-time app from scratch, where all the components, here are all the components that you'll have to take care of. Starting with the protocol of WebRTC, which is usually considered the backbone of real-time communication. And it also works with WebSockets, which is the signaling that powers the communication set of the real-time experience. To power the communication, you would also need infrastructure that supports it. That's the SFU turn. We'll come to that in a bit. And then ensuring that it is usable on user side, which involves handling client-side logic. And most probably, if you're building all of this, you would also want to add media capabilities like recording, transcription, and making it user-friendly with a very, very, very good UI. So when you start building this from scratch, um, this is what it looks like, right? As if this wasn't scary enough. Imagine you have to add basic features like chat or recording, which ideally you would. Um, this becomes the headache that you will have to deal with, which brings us to the roadblocks that you have to overcome when you're building a real-time app. So first, if you're building anything from scratch on real time, or for a real-time applications, uh, that's the architecture that you have to look for. And most likely, this is what you will bump into. This is what developers usually bump into. Number one, developing and maintaining the infrastructure from scratch. This would require WebRTC expertise and will cost you both time and resources to ensure that SFU and turn and signaling network uh, is established correctly. You understand, you have the deep complex expertise to understand how it works. Then, once you have the infrastructure ready, it's time to scale while managing the latency. And for anyone who's attempted to work with WebRTC in the past, knows that WebRTC is notorious for edge cases, especially as you scale. Now, to be able to solve these edge cases, getting performance insights is also required. So WebRTC offers little to no visibility into what's going on under the hood. So that's something that we'll also have to solve for. Now, the next hurdle would be establishing secure connection. When you add tools and services to make experiences richer, let's say, for example, transcription or recording capabilities, the security aspect comes in. Because with every added layer of interaction that you add, it creates a potential entry point for bad actors. So that gets you, you'll have to deal with security gaps as well. Then comes customizing immersive experiences. Because why are we building it if it's not as pretty and easy to use, right? So finally, customizing the immersive experiences. Now, when you're trying to do that, most platforms today usually lock you into a rigid template. And if you want to not stick with that and build something on your own, beyond whatever the standard offering is, you would end up building everything from scratch. And how do you solve for this? And that's where Cloudflare Real-Time comes in. Cloudflare Real-Time is a complete toolkit to help you build and scale any audio video real-time experience. With different levels of abstraction, it allows you to select the precise level of control you need. So from foundational infrastructure primitives like SFU and Turn to fully managed end-to-end services like Real-Time Kit and Stream. We'll talk about them a little bit more in detail. So yeah, here it is. So let's break down all the four core building blocks of real-time. The real-time kit, SFU, turn, stream, each serving a different use case and requires a different sort of engineering effort. Now, real-time kit is a plug and play SDK for mobile and web. You developers usually use it when you want to build something fast without diving into the WebRTC nitty-gritties. It's high level, minimal setup, and great for quick time to market. Whereas SFU helps you scale multi-party calls effectively. It routes media smartly to optimize performance. You'll need more engineering effort, but it gives you more control and scalability. Whereas Turn also ensures Turn is also a low-level product requiring low engineering effort, but you would ideally need Turn when you're building WebRTC or real-time applications from scratch. Not something otherwise. So Turn ensures connectivity when peer-to-peer connection fails. Like for example, if someone is behind a firewall or NAT, it's essentially as a fallback to something you build on, but critical. It's sort of critical for reliability. And Stream, Cloudflare Stream is a managed platform that abstracts away the complexity of video on demand and live stream delivery. It's designed for developers who need to incorporate video without becoming video engineers. That's basically what Stream and Real-Time Kit does. Those are our managed solutions. Let's talk a little bit more about SFU. SFU plays a critical role in managing the WebRTC connections. It's called the selective forwarding unit. Uh, the way it does is by selectively forwarding media streams to participants in a serverless setup. However, due to the centralized nature of SFU, it introduces inherent limitations like managing regional dependencies or handling scalability concerns, and it sort of only gets more and more complex as you scale. Unlike traditional SFUs, the Cloudflare SFU operates on a global scale without regional constraints. The way we are able to do that is by leveraging Cloudflare's Anycast network that spans across 335 locations, and it helps us ensure low latency forwarding globally, making it far more efficient than the traditional SFUs. Uh, let's talk about turn now. It- when direct peer-to-peer connection fails, usually due to NATs or firewall, turn usually steps in. It relays traffic through a middleman server to maintain connectivity. A typical turn introduces additional latency since it's a relay, right? So relay needs to be geographically close to the peer to ensure that latency is as minimal as possible. But because it's a relay, these relays are usually on unicast. It makes them vulnerable to DDoS attacks. Cloudflare turn, however, ensures that the packets are routed to the nearest servers automatically via the Anycast network, minimizing the latency while ensuring privacy and protection. Now, we spoke about SFU, we spoke about turn. Let's talk about the real-time kit, right? Um, so SFU basically it's the brain of the real-time infrastructure, right? It's the server architecture that effectively manages real-time media streams in multi-party video calls. And turn, it acts as a relay which ensures reliable connection for participants. But even after these managed services, when you're building things from scratch, you would end up bumping into some speed breakers. And the way we sort of solve for that is through real-time kit. So real-time kit sits on top of SFU and turn, Cloudflare SFU and turn, and it has two components, core, SDK, and UI kit. Let me actually walk you through that. All right, I hope my screen is visible. I'm going to take this as a yes. All right. So yes, real-time kit, like I mentioned, has two components, core and UI kit. We offer SDKs for both mobile and web. On web, we offer SDK for all major JavaScript frameworks. We support all JavaScript frameworks and React. And for mobile, we have all four major frameworks, which is React Native, Flutter, Android, and iOS. Uh, now, core uh, now the core SDK. Now, the core SDK is the client library that provides the business logic of real-time feature. It's a data-only library that handles the complex media and networking bases that we spoke about. Whereas whereas the UI kit, my bad, uh, is a library of pre-built components, which is customizable UI components that sit on top of the core SDK. It provides the fastest and the simplest way to integrate a complete video and voice call interface into an application. Let me show you how we can actually do that. So building something with a UI kit is as simple as installing the SDK, initializing the meeting, and starting the meeting, which is basically using the real-time kit component, right? And now this parent level component essentially gives you this entire meeting experience out of the box. I can play around with this in the meeting to show you how the tiles would react. Yep. I have already given permission to the audio and video, so it's not asking again. But if I hadn't, it would have. So this single line of code, essentially, this single integration component gives you the entire experience out of the box. And besides all of this, it's extremely responsive. So for instance, let me do 620. Sorry. Yeah. So it's entirely responsive. So you can use UI components to get everything up and running very quickly. The upside here is that, okay, let me actually close this. Yeah. So the upside here is that you get the client-side SDK, client-side UI library, where everything is taken care of. We handle UI components, edge cases, and the devices sizing for you. But where it gets even better is that you can actually strip out these individual components. Yeah, yeah, you can strip out all of these individual components. For example, if you're building a voice interaction where you don't need video, just voice, you probably just want the visualizer. In that case, you can simply use the visualizer component. We let you pick and choose these individual components from this entire gallery from this and club them with your own. So for instance, you might want to use your own grid, but you want to use our bottom bar. You can do that too. And it's all context aware. Now, you might ask why not use a basic out of the box UI library that gives meeting components, right? Well, you still need to do the entire state management in that case. When we talk about making this easier, one part is the server side complexity around WebRTC that we spoke about that diagram, and then scaling peer-to-peer protocol using SFU. The other part with the UI kit that we solve for is the client side. Now, how you handle device management, active speakers, or state management when the user drops and rejoins. Our client-side SDK takes care of that. Versus in a traditional setup with an audio visualizer, you would have to put a listener on the indicator and update the state locally every time the user mutes. Now, today with real-time kit, you can do that just by passing the participant reference, something like this here, right? And it listens to the entire state, and you can do this for all the components that's available. Now, if you love the simplicity of the core SDK, but you don't like our UI as much, in that case, you can just use the core SDK. So yeah, in that case, you can just use the core SDK. So it's again as simple as installing the SDK, initializing the SDK, and the meeting.join call. And behind the scene, the simple call does a bunch of things: getting the users track, setting up the right codec, publishing the SFU, and subscribing to the other participant tracks. All of this is abstracted away into a simple call. Now, once you sign up, let me show you what you also go through. So this is the dashboard, the real-time kit dashboard. Yeah. So you also get the matrix. We spoke about when you build on WebRT, when you build on top of WebRTC directly, you'll have to take care of the analytics and you don't have enough visibility. That's something that we solve for too. And the way we do that is by call stats. When you log into the dashboard, you have matrix. You get real-time matrix into usage, total sessions, total minutes recorded, and transcripts. And one of the key things that we also offer is something called presets here. Now, presets are the easiest way to configure the UI UX and the permission for each user. Think of it as a reusable config. A preset is, yeah, a preset is a template that defines the participant's role, permission, and UI experience within the session. Beyond controlling the permissions for actions like producing video and audio, sharing screen, creating polls, allowing you to customize how the look and feel would be under the branding. You can make it along the lines of your brand language. Basically, presets help you define on the fly what each user's experience would be. So let's say, for example, if you are doing an edtech session, you would want the teacher to have the ability to share audio, share video, share your screen. But the students, you would just want to give them the ability to share the audio. Whereas you would have a teaching assistants, for instance, who would have the ability to kick participants out as well. So you can pick and choose what permissions each audience or each participant would get. So yeah, that's a real-time kit for you. And let's say, for example, if you want to uh, if you want to stream this to a broader audience, you would also be able to do that with Stream, which is Cloudflare Stream. And real-time kit integrates very seamlessly with Cloudflare Streams in case you want to stream to a much, much, much larger audience. Coming back to the slides. If you're not convinced yet about building on Cloudflare, let me talk to you a little bit more about all the other capabilities and why it might be a good idea to build on Cloudflare. With Cloudflare Real-Time, you get low latency at scale, which is under 50 milliseconds globally. We spoke about earlier that anything under 100 milliseconds is what humans consider real-time. Cloudflare can give you under 50 milliseconds, which is real-time guaranteed. And uh, real-time audio video as a service, because you get managed platforms and you with the flexibility of adding media capabilities, customizing customizing with pre-built UI components and or using your custom components as you want. And finally, and you get observability. Um, the real-time call stats you can access through the dashboard, like we just saw, or through APIs to easily spot issues like latency, packet loss, and debug faster. And it's extremely easy to integrate AI. You can build custom AI functionalities on top of your media streams. You can connect to LLMs running directly on Cloudflare or use AI Gateway to integrate with popular providers. Now, you've heard us mention about Cloudflare Anycast network, and here's why it matters. It's the backbone of the real-time infrastructure built to deliver the real-time audio video in under 50 milliseconds. We offer managed turn, SFU, real-time SDK, so you can build real-time apps fast without worrying about scaling, routing, or performance. With Cloudflare Network, uh, it's not just that the users stay connected worldwide, it's that they stay in sync in real time and no matter where they are across the region Earth. Now, what can you build with Cloudflare real time, right? Out of everything that we spoke about, voice agents is emerging as one of the most popular use cases. And to make it even easier to build voice AI or voice agents, we bring to you some of the best speech models like DeepGram that you can use to transcribe your audio, process it using hosted on Workers AI or proxied via AI Gateway, and orchestrate everything on real-time agents. Apart from voice agents, you can build so many other use cases like immersive gaming, building meeting agents, proctoring app, live shopping, and so much more. And whatever you want to build, we've got your back. Cloudflare provides you the building blocks to help you develop full stack applications with our developer platform. And I'm going to leave you with one small stat. It's fun and it's true. Uh, one of the top 10 messaging services in the App Store recently left a large hyperscaler for Cloudflare, and is already saving $1 million and seeing significant performance improvement while eliminating their DevOps overhead. So yeah, that's it from me. Thank you.
My mind is spinning with so many different ideas and wanting to really dig in and learn more. It's really exciting. So, folks out there in the audience, if you have any questions, add them to the chat in YouTube, and I can pass them on here. Now, I have a few that I was thinking of while you were giving that presentation, and one of the first things that came to mind was wanting to learn a little bit more about the back end. So, if you're trying to, if you're storing or changing data in real time, you've made those connections. Like, are you bringing your own backend, or are there various services that Cloudflare is also providing you that kind of helps store that data, whether it's a database or some other storage device?
Okay, so if you're talking about storage, there's already Cloudflare R2, which is a storage bucket. So you can store everything there. When you talk about more low-level backend infrastructure changes, there is SFU and real time. So for instance, if you're building something at scale and want the flexibility to have your own infrastructure, that's when we have managed services like SFU and Turn. Whereas if you are building something which is fairly quicker, something like a telemedicine or an edtech platform or proctoring, for instance, where you don't want to deep dive into all of those smaller nitty-gritties, you can use a real-time kit.
Gotcha. Okay, so essentially, Cloudflare is going to give you you also have the tools available to you
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
need to store
yeah,
data in any way. Okay,
absolutely.
that's great. We've got a question from the audience from Courtney, and Courtney asks, can you explain what a voice agent is a little bit more?
Okay, so voice agent, have you interacted with an LLM using on the voice mode? That's basically what a voice agent is. Let's say, for example, if I uh, okay, let's say for example, if I'm asking Claude, "Hey Claude, what's the weather like today?" Uh, and Claude responds to me in an audio format. That's what a agent would be. The way that sort of works is traditionally, so there are a few ways. One of the most popular ways, or one of the most used ways, is text to speech and speech to text. The speech, I would say something. There would be my speech would be converted to text. That text would be would be processed through LLM or some model, and then that text would be again converted to speech. So that's usually the workflow for text to speech and speech to text. That's one of the formats that that's how they use real time. And the way real time would be plugged into that would be on capturing the audio and also delivering the audio and the processing. So the processing is also something that we support through agents. So yeah.
So it can originate from text, but it could also originate from audio.
Yeah. So yes. So the entire pipeline that it would look like, if I'm when I ask a question, my speech would be converted to text. That text would be processed, and the output would also be in text. The LLM or the bot on the other side would be converting that text to speech. So the entire experience from in a end-to-end voice interaction would be would be that. Does that make sense? Do I need to
Oh,
make it more
yes,
clear?
yes. Yep, yep. That makes
Okay.
sense. So so you're leading with that voice. And then um do you then provide the ability to choose the model that you're going to use, or is Cloudflare kind of managing and setting that behind the scenes?
You have the freedom to select whichever model you want. If you want to delegate that, uh, if you want to select, okay, so the way you can do that is we already have partnership with a few uh, great folks who do that. For example, DeepGram, which can convert speech to text and text to speech. So we have that integration directly built into Cloudflare through uh, AI Gateway, Workers AI. So that integration is much easier if you want to build directly on Cloudflare. If you don't, you have other options, but the process just gets more simpler if you build on that. Yeah.
Yes, that makes sense. Okay. And another question coming to us from Tony. So Tony is asking about add-ons and wanting to know, are there any more examples? Would the AI agents have traditional training features? Um, I'm going to say mine is running some examples of add-ons. I'm not totally sure. Maybe you can clarify in the chat there, Tony, but looking to, yeah, maybe you can talk a little bit like are there is there the concept of add-ons to these features?
Uh, for real time, yes. So, okay. For real time kit, like I mentioned, there are components, the core SDK, which handles the business logic. Then there is UI kit, which is the UI component. If there are other add-ons like transcription and recording that you can take if you want. So, for instance, most of the edtech sessions or live proctoring sessions that happen, uh, the audience would want the host would want that to be recorded for future purposes. So they can directly record on through that. So it's just a function of a couple of lines of code. All of that details are available in the doc. Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah, it does to
Yeah.
me. Um, Tony, let me know. Let us know if that doesn't answer your question, and I can come back to that as well. Now, one other thing that caught my attention. So you, I think, quickly showed a few use cases on screen. There was a news site and a couple other examples, and yeah, that's what I was curious of. What are some of the uses or like the examples that you have particularly found most interesting? I mean, maybe something where we haven't really seen folks use a real-time feature for it in the past, where it's been more like polling or just like on demand and that sort of thing. You know, where do you see people kind of, yeah, pushing this in new places?
Okay. One of the use cases that I not so long ago found out was a big use case was security cameras. You need live. I mean, it's so apparent, but I just did not click to me when until I heard that from the product team. So that was something very cool. The other one that comes to me is uh, dash cams.
Interesting.
Then yeah, so those are slightly more low level. If you're thinking about something which is more day to day, the most popular use cases right now are emerging to be voice agents. But some of the most uh, a lot of our customers are also building apps. Proctoring
Mhm.
apps, yeah, I think proctoring apps, then edtech. So a lot of those are very new, emerging, not new, but they are more popular use cases, I would
Are
say.
those Proctor apps still, are they using the voice agent as well?
They have interesting AI functionalities, yes.
Okay.
Not voice agents directly, but support automation is something that is being used for voice AI, is a use for voice AI. So automating the entire call center or support agent. So that's something that voice AI does.
Yes, this makes sense. And yeah, I could see how there's, yeah, there are just lots of different use cases with that when you have that a capability to have a essentially real-time
Yeah,
transcription of audio.
yeah.
There's like an endless number of possibilities there. Yeah, so what, like with the, what have you seen folks do with dash cams? Is it just streaming, or have you seen anybody do anything interesting
Uh,
like adding to that?
no, it's mostly recording. There are media transformation capabilities that they add. For instance, detecting this is like in self-driving cars that might have happened, where you see if there's a object there, you would detect that. So that's along with a lot of media capabilities that add. But the real-time technology that we spoke about would be one of the basis for that.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so yeah, you're streaming it, but you're also analyzing it at the same time,
Yeah.
which is very cool. Okay, so the let's see, what, well, the other thing that I was wondering was, so those are, I think those are really interesting use cases. I could see a lot of folks, um, hearing this presentation being like, wow, this is amazing. It's so powerful and I'm super intimidated. How do I get started? So I'm curious if you have recommendations on, what would somebody, how should somebody spend their first hour with these, getting comfortable with these features? And if there's, maybe like a specific example or use case that you might pair with that process for people to kind of like get comfortable.
Yeah. Just build your own Zoom. That's the easiest way. There are a lot of presets available. So, like we mentioned, the host, the participants, those are the logic that you would not have to take care of. That's something that's already available. You still have the freedom from yes, no, and tick marks that you can decide if you want that or not. Um, you can play around with branding. You can use the dashboard also to get started. um, there are docs that are out there. There are a few demo apps that's there. We also have a very active Discord community, so if anyone feels stuck at any given point in time, just feel free to drop a message there, and we'll make sure that if everyone is on super active there, and our entire team is always active. They look forward to spending their few hours, few minutes a day on the Discord. So we'll make sure it's answered
That's great. And are the demos available on the doc site, or should people find them in a
on the
different place?
yeah, on the doc side.
On the doc site.
Yeah,
Okay, great. Yeah, this is really interesting. So I love that you led with yeah, just build Zoom. That's how I'd spend my
yeah,
first hour. And I know that's one of the examples you have, but I think in that response, what's really interesting is it really opens up like how powerful these sets of tools are, and just like how fast technology is moving right now. And so yeah, I'm curious, does that, I mean, because you answered in that way, are you feeling like, tools like Zoom are essentially going to become commoditized more or less, where people can just they can duplicate essentially the core features that have been really hard to achieve in the past? Do they now become somewhat trivial, and so people will start just like jam packing more features on top of that kind of like core video streaming capability?
Um, so all of these features are super easy to add, especially with everything that's pre-built. Um, to your question around w- okay, so I think that it's already out there. It's super powerful. It's just that the scale of what we are now going to see with, or we've already started seeing, is going to be more interactive form of communication, because everyone is moving, or everyone eventually would want to, and starting to, and is eventually wanting to move towards more natural form of communication. And nothing I feel right now is more natural as audio and video combined into apps. That is the start, and it's just the beginning. There's so much more potential with all the different capabilities and AI capabilities that are being added every day.
Yes, I 100% agree with that. In fact, over the last couple of weeks, I've been kind of playing around with and just a new way to develop blog posts that in the past for me, it's always been like very much kind of like in my head and at the keyboard. And I'm trying to shift into more of like a voice driven blog where
Yeah.
I can just take a walk around the neighborhood,
Yeah.
talk to my phone, and then come back and a few minutes later have something that's at least close to my voice, and then I've got a starting point and I can move a lot faster. And I think that's the really interesting thing that caught my attention of what you said there was that it's just kind of like it's becoming a more natural way to communicate, but on the web and on the internet. And so do you foresee that I, I don't know. Do you foresee any change in the way that we're handling video today? So, a lot of times today we have to we're setting up meetings and then we're jumping on a Zoom like we're actually walking into like we used to walk into conference rooms when we worked in the same spaces. Do you see this evolving further? Like are people going to use video in new and interesting ways just for everyday communication?
I believe so. I think we saw the Meta Ray-Ban glasses, so that's also one of the forms where this entire technology powers through it. So I think totally, um, it's just it's just everywhere. I think what would be also interesting, which I've seen in one of the presentations, I don't remember which one, where the entire presentation was by avatar. So instead of me, it would be my avatar, which would maybe stammer less, for instance. So yeah, that's something that is not so far away.
That's super interesting. Well, thank you so much. It was great to have you, Nareka.
Thank you so much.
All right, folks, we're going to take a 10-minute break to get set up with our next presenter, Jen Looper. We're going to keep the chat going, so keep it coming, keep the conversation rolling, and talk with each other. And I'll see you back here in a little more than 10 minutes.
And honestly, our mission here at Cloudflare is to help build a better internet. We mean it. It's in our DNA. We want you to build. And it's hard for you to do that if you keep getting stuck. That's why we're always working towards giving builders fast, powerful, fun-to-use tools at costs that make every project worth the investment. We've taken a swing at some creative solutions that will most likely clear a good portion of these blockers that all of us devs have been experiencing. And we're always working on removing more blockers for you.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you all had a chance to fuel up, and it's time to dig back in. Now, wanted to remind you about that swag giveaway. We're gonna give swag away throughout the day for folks who are super active in the chat, and we're gonna have our first giveaway at the beginning of the next session. But for now, it's time to move on, and our next presenter is Jen Looper. Jen is a director of developer relations, a 3-times founder, and an experienced software engineer driven by a passion for crafting innovative educational experiences with global impact. For 25 years, Jen has worked to merge technology and human-centered design, fostering digital literacy and empowering learners worldwide to grow and thrive. And from leading global teams at AWS to creating viral open source curricula on GitHub for Microsoft, Jen's work bridges the gap between people and tech, inspiring millions of people along the way. Now, whether founding and leading a global nonprofit, launching student community programs to build cloud skills globally, designing gamified challenges to engage learners, or authoring books like Computer Science for Kids and the Illustrated AWS Cloud, Jen's mission is absolutely clear: to connect the world through transformative, inclusive learning. Folks, please welcome Jen Looper.
So happy to be here, and my brain just stopped at 25 years because holy cow, that's been a whole vibe since the year 2000. But here we are, and it's a great pleasure to be here at PixelPalooza. So let's get started talking about something that I've been thinking a little bit about recently, which is the concept of the cozy web. And in this first slide, I'm showing the coziest thing I've done in the past year, which was to, just before I started at Cloudinary, I went and did a photo shoot at a chateau in France in a dress that I hand-stitched myself from 1780. So if you need someone to, parade around in costume, that would be me. Happy to do these things. But I want to talk about not just tech, but also a novel. I'm a literature PhD by training, so we literature people, we say, have you read this novel yet? We never say that, actually. We say, have you reread this novel? Because of course we've all read all the things. So have you reread À la recherche du temps perdu by Marcel Proust? It's a very, very long novel. We'll talk about it, and we'll bring clips from that novel into our discussion of the cozy web. À la recherche du temps perdu does not translate very well into English. It's not so much looking for lost time, but looking for also wasted time that's been, spent and maybe can be rediscovered by doing certain things. So let's go ahead and get started. Okay. So this talk is really a celebration, and it's a celebration about wasting time, right? And all of this in an age of AI, where we are pushed towards relentless efficiencies. A lot of us have been pushed in our corporate jobs or pushed out of our corporate jobs because, we have this push towards efficiency. AI can do it much faster. It'll make you so much more productive. I don't want to be more productive, guys. I just want to have a space to think, to concentrate, to focus, and maybe to refresh my brain a little bit by wasting some time. So the agenda today, I want to talk about dark forests versus the cozy web. Let's talk about streams of consciousness and the modern web. Let's talk about AI and media, where the AI moment kind of crops up when we're talking about taking space to think. And a call to arms, actually, a call to warm hugs is where I want to end this talk. So let's go ahead and get started. Let's talk about how a 100-plus-year-old novel can inspire us to reclaim the modern web. I know it's a stretch, but bear with me, stay with me. And if you are curious about this novel, it's a great way to fall asleep at night. You read basically one page and then you're gone. It's a wonderful soporific. I don't think he designed it for that, but that's how it works for me. And I am rereading it now. But you can look at it on the web. Some genius has created a website called unepagedeproust.org, one page of Proust. It's the entire novel, which is comprised of like 7 books, all on one page. You just keep scrolling until your finger hurts, but is actually a great resource if you want to do any data mining or data science around his use of language. Very, very useful. So just to give you a couple stats, this is an incredibly vast classic novel. There are 13. It's a 13-volume masterwork in French. It's a cathedral of memory. It's really a cathedral of memory. And a couple stats, it was published between 1913 and 1927 and holds the the Guinness record for the longest novel ever written. It's 1.2 million words, all on that webpage. And it's about 4,200 pages. And we're going to see if this beam of light that just emerged is going to drive me insane. So it probably will. I'm just going to take 1 second to pull the shade down. Give me 1 second. The pleasures of hosting from home. That'll do it. Okay, back in business. All right. So this is a book that's all about the concept of involuntary memory, those little memories that just spring up when you're doing something else. You can be in your kitchen cooking something, or in a restaurant tasting something, or in the metro smelling something, and it'll just trigger an entire sequence of memory and send you down, literally down memory lane. So let's talk about how Proust talks about this. And I'm going to read you a little clip that I also had to abbreviate because he just goes on and on. So this is the most famous piece, the most famous extract from À la recherche du temps perdu from 1917, first book, Du côté de chez Swann, Swann's Way in English. Swann is the neighbor, a kind of mysterious neighbor who does interesting things, and the narrative sort of surveils him. Okay, so one day in winter, as I came home, my mother, seeing that I was cold, offered me some tea, a thing I did not ordinarily take. I declined at first, and then, for no particular reason, changed my mind. She sent out for one of those short, plump little cakes called Petite Madeleine, which look as though they'd been molded in the fluted scallop of a pilgrim's shell. And soon, mechanically, weary after a dull day with the prospect of a depressing morrow, I raised to my lips a spoonful of tea, in which I'd soaked a morsel of the cake. And no sooner had the warm liquid and the crumbs with it touched my palate than a shudder ran through my whole body, and suddenly the memory returns. The taste was that of the little crumb of Madeleine, which on Sunday mornings in Combray, the little town, when I went to say good day to her in her bedroom, my Aunt Leonie used to give me, dipping it first in her own cup of real or of lime flower tea. So just take from this extract, first of all, the beautiful language, which is even more beautiful in French. I've taken this idea that a flavor or a smell or a perfume can always brings Proust back to some person, to somebody, to his Aunt Leonie in this case, the sunbeam. Just embrace the sun. And that's what we're going to talk about. So again, for some trivia, the first book in the series landed just after World War I in 1919. And think about that for a second. You always need to put literature in context, written right, after World War I. It's a moment where perhaps people are looking back at a past that's gone in France. France got absolutely pummeled during World War I. If you go to France, you'll see that the biggest monuments are from World War I. Honestly, there weren't that many people left for World War II. Everyone likes to dunk on France during World War II. World War I just pummeled the country. But anyway, Proust had a hard time finding a publisher. And eventually this book did, come to be considered this great masterpiece of French language, and as a study of memory jogs, digressions, reflections, and recollections, all kind of loosely tied together. And it's considered the first modernist novel because it explores the streams of consciousness. And that's what critics weren't understanding. One critic said, I don't understand why a man could take 30 pages to describe how he turns over in bed before he goes to sleep. It made my head swim. Absolutely legitimate. However, I'll come back to my point. Great thing to use to fall asleep. But I would like to suggest that we find ourselves in a Proustian moment. Normally, people use the word Proustian moment to say this is a moment where I have those triggers of memory. That's not what I mean. I mean, we're in this moment where we're starting to look back a little bit, at least me after 25 years slogging through big tech, looking back at some of the interesting moments where we had memory, where we had great moments, and thinking about how does our current work reflect those memories? How can we look back on our past that we created ourselves? At least we, the Gen X people who created the web. I don't care what Al Gore says. We're the ones who built the thing. And here we are looking at where we were and where we are today. We're witnessing profound change in what the internet even signifies, what it even means. And I'd like to ask, do you have nostalgia about those moments, and what triggers it? And should we take some steps maybe to reclaim what we invented? That's an interesting question. And if so, how? So let's start talking about some dark forests and the cozy web. Okay. So Maggie Appleton did this really nice illustration, kind of revived this concept that had been created by Venkatesh Rao in about 2019, about the cozy web as being a place full of layers. So, sorry, about the internet basically being comprised of layers. So from a technical standpoint, the layers of the web can be classified as the clear web, the deep web, and the dark web. And our social interactions over the internet, however, really favor a different mental model, because socially we can be seen as interacting with the clear web and the cozy web and the dark web. So here we have these layers of reality on the internet. We have the dark forest at the top inhabiting the clear web, and then right underneath are the digital gardens that comprise the cozy web. The dark web, we don't go there. That's not what we're going to talk about today. That's a whole different beast. But the dark forest of the clear web, it seems strange to think about it, but that's the place that, according to Appleton, it seems eerily quiet and devoid of life. And the quote is that all the living creatures within it are hiding from predators, the advertisers, the tracking bots, the AI agents who are coming after your behind, right? The clickbait creators, attention-hungry influencers, LinkedIn, and the reply guys and trolls. The dark forest of the clear web is inhabited by trolls. It's unsafe to reveal yourself in any authentic way. So we retreat into these private spaces and we hide in the gated spaces of the cozy web. So that's the kind of concept of the cozy web. These are those gated spaces that we hang out in. We feel comfortable there. We have little circles of friends, and we kind of reveal a little bit about our true selves in the cozy web. Nefarious things happening in the dark web, let's not go there. But in the dark forest of the clear web, which is populated by trolls, as we said, it's unsafe, right, to reveal yourself in an authentic way. So here we have created over the past many years little elements of the cozy web. Here's an example. This is called the small web. It's a subway, and it'll take you to various little web rings around the web that you can look at. This is the architecture of a web ring. I don't know if anyone remembers these things. They've kind of been deprecated now, but they were fun, right? You listed your website as part of a web ring, and then on the left there'd be a navigation, and people could just visit your little space and feel safe and comfortable and private and cozy. So that's kind of how this whole thing is comprised. So let's look at the newer cozy web. It's still there. It's still out there. It's available. I think Reddit might be an interesting example of the cozy web. You do need to log in to interact with it. And there are all kinds of, this is my favorite one, it's all the cute pictures of cats and sunbeams and nice cozy things. I think Ravelry, if anyone's a crochet or a knitter, Ravelry is a great place. Again, log in, come into a moderated space, and you get all these cool patterns, and you can interact with each other and talk to each other. I think Blue Sky is a new cozy web element. I mean, it's pretty gated. I do think that I interact with people on a different plane than what I would do on the current X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it. Twitter used to be our cozy web as in tech, but I think it's been transformed, not in a great way. But one thing I want to question, and maybe people can put in the chat, do you think the cozy web is a cop-out? Do you think it's just us being scared to interact with each other in any kind of, open way? As always, Proust has something to say about this sort of thing, and he says that there's no exile at the South Pole or on the summit of Mont Blanc separates us more effectively from others than the practice of a hidden vice, that is, of a thought different from theirs. So this is this kind of idea that, finding your people by definition is a retreat into small exclusive groups, but even inclusive groups can feel exclusive, which is a weird thought, but they can. Thinking differently can devolve quickly into groupthink in this version of the cozy web. So is it a cop-out? I don't know. Maybe. So I'd like to propose perhaps thinking about reclaiming and rebuilding our own cozy web as a virtual third space. One thing that was lost during COVID is the concept of a third space, right? Even libraries are a little bit under threat right now, but I have to drive for a long time to find a cat cafe as a fun, cozy third space. We've kind of lost these VFW halls and these kind of areas where we could kind of group together and meet. I think that, however, online, People are building new types of virtual third spaces. One of them, I think, is Scratch. Scratch has done a really nice job of creating a safe space for kids to come and parents and educators to come together, create together in a safe, moderated space that's quite open to all. So I think that, this might be a model of something we can look at to, allow ourselves to be free, free to be you and me. Anybody remember that? One way I'm trying to recreate interesting third spaces, interesting nostalgia, and interesting interfaces that kind of reflect that ethos is by creating nostalgic interfaces. Wonder if anyone's done this. I've done this at Microsoft. We created Azure Mysteries. We had the Mystery Mansion, and you would discover things about Azure by unlocking desks in the Mystery Mansion. Here I've created a website called claradenari.com. If you are clever, you'll think, oh, Cloudinary, Clara Denari, very cool. And you can walk through this and help Clara, who's a master detective in the style of Nancy Drew, to discover clues that will help her restore some stolen purloined jewels. So, why can't we create something interesting and nostalgic and inclusive like this sort of thing? Why not? Agenda item number 2, streams of consciousness in the modern web. So we're in the business of seeking like-minded people with whom to share our cozy spaces. But, maybe by doing so, we're not allowing ourselves to wander freely into these kind of Proustian streams of consciousness, because perhaps we're in the process right now of marching towards uniformity. We'll talk a little bit about how AI is perhaps pushing us AI pushing us towards conformity. And maybe this is a moment where we can say, no merci, no thank you. Maybe we can say, this is a moment where we can raise up our individualism and celebrate the aspect of just wandering around. So let's take a trip down memory lane, as we do, and think about how the web used to be this amazing locus of wasted and lost time. I wanted to go ahead and share my screen on another tab. Let's see if I can manage to do it without completely going crazy. So this is the useless web. I don't know if you have used these. This is a great thing to just blow time. You click that, oops, and then you get ads. Oh no. Well, forget it. Let's try something else. This is the long Doge challenge. I don't know. It's wow long. You've collected 3 wows. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Click to print. Maybe if I refresh it, it'll become longer. I don't know. Let's try another useless website. This is the binary piano. Oh, cool. You can customize the notes. It's all you could just like sit on this for hours. Here's a mini maze. Let's see what we're supposed to do. So, oh yeah, this is where I think you click, yeah, and go down, 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 up, down, down, this kind of thing. So there's just, this is this moment that we would just, build silly websites. And I feel like this is a moment we've somewhat lost. What happened? What the heck happened? I'll go back to my slides now, and we'll discover perhaps some of the things that have happened together. I think what happened, perhaps, is that, I don't know, was it Tailwind's fault? Did we all, march towards the uniformity of using Tailwind? Oh no. I don't know if that's true, but and I love Pablo Stanley as an illustrator, but these faceless people are just populating the web with the primary colors. The faceless humans, I think they just have to go. And why did all of our interfaces started looking like this? And I plead guilty. I had the swoosh at the top with the little extra bit and the faceless people and the blue color. I don't know. Do we do this to ourselves? Do we just march towards uniformity because we were lazy? Perhaps our laziness is starting to feed into this new pal on the block, which is the AI agent, who's picking up all of our laziness, ingesting it, and spitting it back at us, right? This is this crazy article that came out. Why do AI company logos all look like buttholes? Why? I don't know. They're uniform. And this is this AI agent that has entered the chat. It's not really thinking. It's outputting a bland version of our own collective stream of consciousness. This is a really, really weird moment. And Wes Boss did a brilliant video calling it out, asking why every freaking AI generated website is purple. And the quote he had was that, it looks like Barney did a huge round of VC funding. I just love this video. It just talks about, these kind of websites. Unlock your mind with Aura Mind. Excuse me, my mind is not locked. So here we are. But everything's purple. So it's just this kind of descent into one. All of our interesting diversions are coming into this moment of complete conformity, and I don't like it. A couple other examples: the great convergence of logos. Tech logos are becoming just text. Same thing with fashion. Why on earth would Burberry do that? What about Balmain? That is a really awesome brand. Even eBay, it's lost the individuality. But there's been a backlash against this kind of conformity, right? There's this march to conformity, but this backlash occurred with actually when a third space was threatened, an interesting third space. I think Cracker Barrel was an interesting third space. We don't have them in New England so much, but when I was in Mississippi, I did order takeout from Cracker Barrel. I can't say that it was my, it wasn't my dream dinner in my hotel room eating cold grits, but here we are from Cracker Barrel. I wanted to try it, because you have to. Anyway, they tried to fix the logo. There was a huge backlash because they got rid of all humanity and just created this, square. And they rolled it back, and it was an interesting moment where some brand damage had to be fixed. So sometimes if we speak out, we can stop this march to conformity. Item 3, AI, media, and us. How can we raise up our individualism as we navigate an algorithmic world? That sounds terrible. But as always, Proust has something to say, right? So he's someone who celebrates a consciousness of your own, a consciousness of his own, of his unreliable narrator. Here's his quote: "The only true journey would not be to go towards new landscapes altogether, but to have other eyes, to see the universe with the eyes of another, of 100 others, to see the 100 universes that each of them sees, that each of them is." What a beautiful quote. That really gives us permission to embrace this alternative to this algorithmic world shaped by AI, to really explore and dive into the various streams of consciousness that are all over the place that we need to rediscover. And that actually reflects the original version of the web. Here's Tim Berners-Lee's vague but exciting proposal to create a World Wide Web full of different streams of consciousnesses. And then in 1993, we had the birth of the visual web, and that really opened it up to all of us to express our consciousnesses in beautiful interfaces like this. I hope you appreciate the artistry. This is my first professional interface in about the year 2001. But I was given permission to innovate by my little startup, closingcouncil.com. I put some color on it. I put some people on it. It has all the worst practices, right? Sign up now is like a button that you click. It doesn't look like it though. It's just like, it's heinous, everyone. But anyway, we were given permission. We were given permission to try. We were the webmasters, and we were inventing the web. What has changed? Nothing has changed, my friends. We have a choice, right? We can open up these AI browsers, which are completely devoid of human intervention and it's just being regurgitated towards us. Or we can, think about what browsers are, what the web is, what websites are, what we want to create. We have the option. And there are a couple really fun tools I just want to point you towards. One of them is, let's see, I'll go back to share my tab here. Let's see, useless website. I want to show you about mmm.page. I was really excited because an owl came to my house, so I created a website about it. And this is just this little silly drag and drop interface. Why though? I don't know. What's the symbolism of an owl? But you can take these moments and you can create a completely useless piece of junk that gives you pleasure, that gives you joy. Why not? Why the heck not? Let's do it. Feast your eyes. Okay, let's go back to slides. All right. Excellent. We do have another interesting tool to inject humanity back into our interfaces, though. I just want to call out the C2PA standard. If you haven't explored this, take a look. It's the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity, C2PA. And it allows you to put a tracer on your images. Even if it was generated by ChatGPT, you can use tools like Adobe Lightroom to show the provenance of that image, and then you can show your interventions to the image where you changed it, you changed the color, you did a little crop, that kind of thing. Cloudinary supports that sort of thing. We have a transformation which you put in the URL called FL_C2PA, and that will allow you to use to create this little button at the top. If you go to claradenari.com, you'll see C2PA buttons all over the images. Okay, great. In the last few minutes, I want to have a call to warm hugs, a call to arms, because I think that we're going down a slippery slope that we don't have to go down, right? And just a reminder, and I love this image, most of Proust's rabbit holes of streams of consciousness, of digressions, of diversions, they all lead back to a person, right? That's kind of where I want to take you. What are the recollections that you can lean on to re-engage yourself with people, with the people who are creators, the people who are working to make the web great, to make your experience great on the internet? This is a fun image because Proust is on his knees pretending to play the guitar to a little girl who's absolutely delighted. And these are usually he's looking emo in his pictures, but in this situation, he's just having fun. My Lord, can we just have some fun on the web? Can we just rediscover those connections to people? And just one note that I think I talk a lot about, nostalgia and bringing back old things and bringing back, the way we used to do stuff, which is the privilege of someone who's worked in this industry for a long time. But sometimes nostalgia is quite messy. I gave this talk in Mississippi, and let me tell you, nostalgia for the way things used to be in Mississippi is not where we want to be, right? We want to look forward. Of course, Proust has something to say about that. The memory of a certain image is only the regret of a certain moment. But we can learn from the past, right? And we can channel those early vibes into maybe where we want to take the web going forward. And I just want to suggest that maybe this is a moment where we can think about rebuilding our own digital gardens, whether nostalgic or innovative, something completely new. We need to tap into what we used to do, building completely useless garbage. It's a great thing. This is a picture of Proust with a nice buzz cut, again, looking emo, but at least he's in his friends in a garden. So in conclusion, I would just say, what if we reclaimed the web for our own, creating a new cozy web based not so much on shielding ourselves from weirdos in the clear web or avoiding the dark web, but based on cherishing warm and inclusive human interactions. Make it self-sustainable. I don't know how to do this. I don't know what the finances are of this thing. This is just me being pie in the sky, which is my usual place where I like to dwell. It's self-sustainable, but devoid of adware, spyware, and intrusive algorithms. At least allow us to opt out. And what would that look like? What would that look like? Maybe we have some ideas in chat. So thank you very much. Just inviting you to stay cozy and have an awesome day. Take a look at my website. Visit Cloudinary if you feel the need. We do cool things with images, and it's super cozy. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jen. That was amazing. I love your presentations. I always get my mind working in a different way, like open up the creativity. I've got this list of like, you need to spend some after AI helps you make more space in your day, like you need to spend some time making a list of all of the useless crap that you can build because that's fun and it'll open up more creativity. So I appreciate that very much. Folks out there in the chat, drop your questions and I'll pass them on to Jen. Jen, I want to go to start by going all the way back to like one of the first things you said, that website that has the entire 13 volumes of work on the one page. You noted, I think you said kind of in passing that you could run that through some AI tool or something like that and data mine for the use of language, and that it caught my attention, and I was curious what what are some of the things that you would expect that would be kind of interesting that would come out of that?
Yes, I think you could do an interesting Okay, first of all, I've done this with Emily Dickinson's poetry. And
Okay.
because I wanted to see, so that's where that's coming from. So because I wanted to test a hypothesis, which was that Emily Dickinson is usually very dark. Well, it turns out the most used word that she uses is something like love. It's very actually cheerful. So you can do that kind of like, what are the most frequent words that he uses? What does that tell us about him and his ethos? Get rid of the stop words, like and, if, or. Do it in French, do it in English, see how the translations compare. You can look at his sentence length and where he's really expansive, and maybe look at moments in the narrative where the length of the sentences become an entire page versus where he truncates and becomes more concise. I think you could, it would be really fun. You could do that, and then you could set it to music. You could, take the pattern. So here we go. Now, this could be fun. So there's all kinds of useless crap that we can do, but it can also help scholarship, and it helps that everything is digitized like that.
Yes, I guess I just don't even, I think of data as like, mostly starting with numbers, and then we analyze those numbers, and it's like, well, actually, I mean, there's so much you can do even just with language. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
All right,
It's fun.
so I think for the bulk of that presentation, you were really talking about how we interact with one another on the web, and that's evolved over time. And in our first presentation today, we've talked about how we looked at emerging tools from Cloudflare and how real-time video and audio capabilities are rapidly changing and kind of like opening up the door for people to build new tools really quickly. And
Mhm.
I'm just curious, from your perspective and in the content that you presented today, do you feel like the way that we interact with one another on the web is going to change? Is it changing? Do you see it going in a certain direction?
I do, and I'm not sure I like it. So, um, I'm in the business of building community, and it's getting
Mhm.
really, really hard in an age of AI, because if people are looking at talking to other people, talking to other developers as transactional, you ask a question, you get an answer, like what we used to do on Stack Overflow. If you are just doing that by hanging out in Cursor and talking to an LLM, you've completely lost the human connection, and it's way more efficient. And it's nice because you can set the AI agent to kind of do the work for you, but I think it's going to bite us a little bit if we don't find other ways of rediscovering our connections with people, because LLMs are just reflecting on what we've done in the past, right? It's
Mhm.
not necessarily how we can evolve our craft in the future. I went to a conference called SquiggleConf, and it reassured me, however, that the craft is alive. We're doing okay. We've got people who are working so close to the metal and evolving the infrastructure of the internet. I think we're okay, but for the general basic developer or early career person, we're dumping them straight into tools like Cursor, and they're not getting that community element that we used to build, and that worries me. It worries me. I wonder if we're going to have to go back to in person, kind of like we're going to have to go back to blue books in the academy, right?
Right. Yeah. Interesting. So, because I know from, a work and business perspective, it's like, well, it's hard to manage communities. We want to help as many people as we can. So we want to put those resources, in a way that they are accessible and people can use them with these tools. But is there anything that you're working on actively or thinking about in terms of how you bring people back into that human element? Like, where do you see that? I guess what are you doing today to try to revive that connection?
That's a beautiful question, and I really appreciate it, because we just are launching at Cloudinary, the Cloudinary creators community. So we have had ambassador programs in the past, and we're evolving our thought process. I'm helping the company kind of figure out where we want to go with community, what we want to do. What I'm focusing on is working with nonprofits that are focusing on boot camps. For example, Code to Inspire in Afghanistan, Girl Script in India, She Code Africa, these kind of nonprofits, Vets Who Code, who have an educational outreach arm. Getting people excited to get certified on Cloudinary, our new curriculum that we're also developing. It's just about ready to go. allowing people to learn about the tools and then jump into Discord so that we can all gather together across cultures, across countries, and have some interesting educational experiences together, specifically tailored for early career people, because I want them to have a nice experience like what we had. Actually, I jumped into tech before Women Who Code, but I've seen the benefit that those kind of communities can have for early career developers, and I kind of want to recreate that. I'm really hoping that that we'll be able to recreate that. So if you go to community.cloudinary.com is our new landing page talking about the creator community. I want people who are also builders, who are working with AI tooling, kind of AI engineers. I want them to be as comfortable as fingers on keyboard engineers who are writing web apps. So there's a whole different group of people that we want to reach as well.
So kind of leaning on the folks that are already really active in the space that you've established to kind of help you navigate how you can like spread that to be more inclusive to more folks.
Definitely. And one thing I did at AWS was I created the AWS Cloud Club program, and we had beautiful moments. Again, me being pie in the sky, but we had beautiful moments where, for example, our captain in Korea, Cloud Club captain in Korea, had a coffee chat with his equivalent in Pakistan, and they found like human connections. It wasn't even about tech anymore. It was just finding those commonalities across linguistic barriers, across all kinds of other barriers, just to find a connection and learn from each other. I think that's the most beautiful of all.
Yes, yes. And that's interesting. So on that note of like inclusive versus exclusive communities, at one point near the middle of your talk, you had noted that there are communities that can seem like they're inclusive, but they're actually exclusive. And I kind of had this aha moment earlier in the year where I really felt like the communities that I had been a part of were feeling very threatened by AI tools, and and I think there's a lot of justification for that. But what I started to realize was that the byproduct or consequence of that was that those communities then shifted to actually being more exclusive in terms of the way that developers have worked in the past. And so folks who want to get into the space now have a hard time getting into specific communities. And I think we need to, so that's a whole other topic in terms of like, how do we open up communities for folks who are looking to, to use AI or to just develop in a different way. But what I'm curious to get your perspective on is, are there things we can do today beyond what you've shared that that can make communities more inclusive, even if they're starting to kind of like meander in the exclusive direction?
That's a great question. I think for me, everything comes from the top. And I think if the person running the community speaks in an inclusive fashion and demonstrates their ability to evolve and try new things and not talk down to people, I think that patterns a really nice behavior that hopefully will infiltrate and influence the community from the top down. I think a nice example of an inclusive community that I recently worked with was Code for Boston. The Code for America group has cohorts all over the place, and Code for Boston is one of the OG, the really nice groups. It's about civic hacking. So what they do is they branch off into projects, and then they ship projects for the city for free or for communities. The one I was working on is the most Boston thing ever. It's the liquor license Boston map. And the way it's organized, it's just organized to make everyone feel comfortable. There's a nice onboarding in person. And they do one in person, one on Zoom every other week. So they alternate so everyone can come whenever they can make it in person or on Zoom. And then they kind of break up the work in terms of like, if you're a back-end developer and you want to try something on the front end, you're given the keys to try. Because I came there basically to upskill a little bit. I wanted to learn more about product management and shipping. And so we did this whole thing on working with personas, and I'd never done that before. So we learned on how to create on Miro, like a whole persona board for the types of bartenders who were going to come to us for our liquor license situation. Boston has a really weird liquor license law. There's only so few, and they tend to be purchased nefariously. So they're all kind of moving from the local neighborhoods and into the rich parts of town. So there's a gentrification of the liquor licenses. It's super, super weird. Michelle Wu is going to fix it, though. We have confidence.
I love that idea, though. I mean, you get people exploring spaces they haven't been in before for, you know, a good cause, which
Yeah,
might
with
just
no
be-
judgment. Yeah.
Right. Yes. Yes. I love that. Okay. Real quick, last question. You know, if you were to leave the audience here with one thing they can do to push back against the conformity that we're seeing, what would you leave folks with?
I think you should just build, just build something bizarre. And see how far you can push the envelope. Maybe pick one new CSS element that's being released and see what the weirdest thing you can do with it. Publish it, build out loud, and show us on LinkedIn. Like that would let's make LinkedIn populated with weird crap and see what happens. This is my challenge to all of us. I have a couple projects in the hopper. One is a affirmation poster generator, and then the other is a Christmas card maker. Just because why?
These are amazing. Yes. All right. So get out there, build something weird, build something useless. Thank you so much for being here, Jen.
Thank you. Good fun. Have a good one.
All right, folks. We are going to take another break, just a little bit less than 10 minutes. We'll be back with Aaron McHale Staples talking again about audio. So get a quick refill of your beverage, and we will see you back here in about 9 minutes.
Every image tells a story, but creating visuals that drive engagement comes with challenges such as tedious edits, poor image quality, and slow loading pages. With ImageX, you can automatically optimize your images and videos for faster loading, intelligently edit them in real time, and effortlessly deliver them at scale. That means faster pages, fewer drop-offs, and visuals that actually convert. Start making every pixel count.
Welcome back, everyone. All right, it's time for our first swag giveaway today. I need like one of Aaron's audio clips here for a little drum roll. All right, and the winner is Tony TV. Out there, you've been great. Keep the chat coming, and we will do another swag giveaway a little bit later today. For Tony TV, if you email info@fitc.ca, that's how you can claim your prize. All right, and with that, let's move on. Next up, we have Erin McHale Staples. Erin is a very online individual who is passionate about facilitating better connections online and offline. She's forever thinking about how we can communicate, educate, elevate others through collaborative experiences. Now, currently, Erin builds community and thinks about philosophy and tooling of the community and the developer advocate world. And much of her day is spent empowering individuals to build, foster, and embrace healthy communities. Outside of her day job, Erin is a comedian, graduate technical advisor, no-code content creator, triathlete, avid reader, and cat parent. But most importantly, she believes in the power of being unabashedly into things and works to help friends, strangers, colleagues, and community builders, students, and really whoever else might cross her path find their thing too. We're absolutely thrilled to have Erin here today, so please welcome her to the stage.
Hey y'all, great. Yeah, thanks for having me. And I wish I could have provided you a soundtrack, but we're going to be talking all about that, of how to make noise and making noise on purpose on the internet, which feels like these days when we think about noise on the internet, I don't know that that's necessarily a good thing. When we think about noise on the internet, I think we're all kind of reminiscent of those MySpace pages, like what song did you have in the background? What did make sense? So we're going to be diving into making noise on the internet, kind of the history of the laugh track and what it can teach us about developing with sound on the internet today. And we'll even be getting our hands dirty. If you want to follow along, there will be an opportunity for hands-on keyboard here and for some interactions. So keep it going, and we'll have questions at the end and time for building together. So as always, let's have some fun. As Sean said, my name is Erin McHale Staples. I do a lot of things. I spend my day kind of as a developer experience engineer, helping make better experiences on the internet. But making experiences on the internet is a two-way street, so to speak. Meaning, first off, let's start with some sound.
It's time to groove, funky beats to make it move. 1970s heat, disco streets, sitcom life with funky beats.
When we think about what you've just heard, that's kind of what you would think of as your standard laugh track. Now, that standard laugh track is one of the most influential and controversial designs in history. It tells us everything that we need to know about feedback, signifiers, mapping, constraints, and emotional tone. So when we think a lot about sound on the internet, I don't know if many people like you, but I'm one of those people who keep their phone on do not disturb probably all the time. We think about these things, and we'll be diving more into these concepts of feedback, signifiers, mapping, and constraints, as well as emotional tone. But we need to be thinking about like the experience as a whole. Now, we have sounds in our phone apps, we have sounds. A lot of us are working with those Google or Alexa devices. We have sounds in our music, our headphones. These are all different ways of building. And more often, we're seeing building with sound in mind on the web. So yes, it's gone out of style, but I think if you do it right, it can really elevate quality in the context of your presentation or whatever you might be building, whether it is that email sent button or the kind of the signifier that says, hey, this UI doesn't work. These are all the little things that can really add and elevate the development of our app. So when is the last time that technology played a song that we actually wanted to hear? And, or like I said, are we all just running around on do not disturb? I keep my phone on do not disturb all the time. Most of the time when we think about sound on the internet, it's annoying. We have our browsers on mute. Many monitors don't even have speakers into them. I remember as a kid having with speakers on the old school family computers, but that's not a thing anymore. I don't know many people that actually keep that on. I even listen to music separately when I'm often online. I'm like, I'll turn on sound separately because I don't want to hear sound in my business. We've really gotten out of fashion of running with sound on the internet. And it's no surprise because a lot of the sound has been done so poorly. A lot of the sound has been thinking about how loud or obnoxious or annoying can it be, how we're out of the autoplay has become the de facto norm, and the way that sound is handled across different browsers is like a messy playing field. It is handled differently across Safari or Firefox, or whether you're on mobile or if you're on a different one. I know Reddit has like sound like on their ads now, and it's really annoying. But it's all coming from a place of history. And if we're looking at historical trends, this is not a new problem we're facing. So let's flash back. The year is 1948. We have the first laugh track is ever invented. So the first laugh track was created actually by Bing Crosby. And the reason it was created is because he got so sick and tired of having to record multiple shows time and time again for different coasts with the same material every single time. It became annoying. And I do stand-up comedy on the side, and sometimes you can say the same joke and you can feel like you're saying it at the same time. And sometimes it'll land and sometimes it won't. Bing Crosby actually was the one who came up with the idea. So he came up with the idea. He was one of the first to actually start playing around with the magnetic tape. And he also was an investor in that at the time. He worked actually with Frank Sinatra, believe it or not. And they were discussing in the era, they had gotten laughter from a comedian that was just not quite appropriate to air. So this was already a laugh track. The original first laugh track was a laugh track developed from a comedian that was too a little bit on the edge to air. They couldn't use the jokes, but they just saved the laughs. So Jack Mullen, who is an early recording engineer for Ampex, said, he had a couple shows. They didn't get that many laughs. And what they did is they took the recording of the show and they spliced it with this off-color comedy track and putting it in and salvaging it and allowing it to continue on. A lot of this has given us the future that we think. Then the laugh track was born. And many designers think that this laugh track helped create and led to the live studio audience, which helped create this vicarious sense of shared audience. It created humorous experiences. It allowed us to know when do we need to laugh and why, which when we think about it, I think is something we need more than ever right now on the internet. It can be a pretty dark and scary place. That being said, it's been working, but why don't we see really more of it now? And the reason we're not seeing more of it is because it doesn't follow these same design principles, where at the time it was really dynamic. You weren't having to worry about so many moving parts. It was just one tape. Play the single tape that's spliced together and it flows. It was a single type of reaction. It was the great. Well, we know that someone is supposed to laugh. But as we all know, there's a lot of different types of laughters. There's a lot of different types of audio that we can see. So let's break down some basic design principles of what to think about when you're adding audio to your track, and how can we even think about audio on the web and how to process it. So he's a UX designer, pretty famous UX designer. He's really famous for his book, Design of Everyday Things, but he thinks a lot about human-centered design. So how do we think about how humans interact with design and humans interact in the world around us? So let's kick it back to Don Norman's UX principles and break down how can they be applied to the world of audio and design. So first off, let's touch on that first point. It's feedback. So we need to know that gives us a signal, and that gives us a signal immediately. So when we think of typing on our phone, those little key button presses that we have on our phone, the fake key clicks, even though it's a physical flat surface, does that giving us immediate feedback, letting us know a button was clicked, even if it's not a physical button. The same as kind of the little click button on if you have a mechanical keyboard. People will spend a lot of money to perfect and modulate. And I guess definitely one of those people that I like the certain sound that a feedback provides. Put simply, it gives your viewers a signal. In this case, in many cases with your standard laugh track, that's did the joke land? Now, it's one thing for it to land, but we need to make sure how did it land? So in many cases with comedy, that's thinking at it is this funny or not? And one of the things that I'm thinking about is how do we kind of approach the different levels? The other kind of thing to think about when we talk about the signifier concept is how does this indicate the mood at the moment? So are you supposed to be laughing or are you not? Like, does it signify that it is okay to laugh? Again, thinking about the shared experiences. Mapping. This is a concept when we think about how should it feel? So context and intensity. So there's always the awkward chuckle, if we think about where it's like someone just has to break the silence. That's a form of mapping. So how do we think about that awkward chuckle? It's a pause moment, right? Are we supposed to be feeling hesitant online? And finally, our last one is constraints. So when we think about it, that is the how should we react? Are we giggling under kind of our tone and our breath at funerals? Are we allowed to do a full guffaw, a big bellied laugh? What is the appropriate level of reaction? And can we even keep it quiet? Are we going to be giggling on a hot mic? Probably not. Are we going to be, using the same language we use? Different sound effects might apply to different contexts. So you're not going to necessarily want your banking app to be sad tromboning. It's going to be a little bit weird. But we might want to signify some sort of celebration when we complete a JIRA ticket. These might all vary based on the level and the context. So let's kind of dive into the specifics when it comes to developer purposes and how they can be used within kind of our application context. So feedback, this is kind of the one we see probably the most often, and it is the most finicky one we see online. So when we think about feedback, it immediately is confirming that system state. So again, that's something like a success, a failure, loading, start, stop, and it has some sort of differentiator. So instead of like your email in your inbox, it's just a ding. This is going to give a positive or a negative or some kind of context behind us. The next one is our signifiers. They're telling us where to look or what to happen. So I think about this one a lot of the times is email sent. We're all kind of familiar with that whoosh sound that comes default. If we can think about it together, we can all think about that email sent sound and how it kind of comes together in a world like that. Upload completed is another one. So when we think about that ding, actions complete, that's something that we need to kind of talk about in that perspective. Now, mapping. Mapping, I think, is one of the most difficult ones, I think, for the internet. And the reason why is because a lot of this is contextual. So when we think about design, we need to think about the context of the situation that the design is given in. Meaning this one is thinking about how do we think about the shape of the sound is mapping to its meaning. Things like rising of the pitch means that things are going faster. If there's a dissonance or an error, where we see this going wrong a lot, when I was doing research for this talk, is actually, it was in the original Jurassic Park movies. There is a lot of just random beeps for the sake of random beeps. And if you can't figure out, we've all probably been on our computer and we keep getting that random notification and you're like, what the hell is this notification coming from? Where can I find this? What app do I have open? That is something that's really coming from where we're not mapping the problem correctly. It's giving you a signal, but it's like that really pesky mosquito over your shoulder. And then what our last one is kind of that constraint. So again, what is appropriate for our state of time? And again, that is telling you what is unavailable. So a lot of times I always think about is that thunk sound when it tells you when you click on something and it's a window that's grayed out. Think about the sounds that can be played there and how those sounds can be leveled in. That thunk sounds can tell you a little bit, equivalent to maybe like an error sound or that kind of, it's the woodblock click that you would assume of in a kind of an Apple environment. When we think about sounds, it's about thinking about these designed for both visceral, behavioral, or reflective instances. And so when we think about this goes beyond just our binary, does it work and does it not work? We're thinking about it of the meaning and the consistency that it provided us. Like, ooh, that click just sounds good. So whether it's a click of a pen or a pencil, or we're thinking about different items or how things react, that visceral, like what is that perfect chime that lets us know something's successful? Behavioral is kind of what is the sound we're listening for that tells us something's working. They've actually done studies on the internet of adding audio to learning and development programs that help retain information because people were able to associate the right patterns with the right sound. So very much that Pavlovian type of response. And like next we have the reflective side of it. So over time, users were really judging the quality and the experience of it based on the audio consistency and honesty of the application. So sometimes we've all kind of been there when it was like over the top sound and it fell out of pace because it didn't really match with the exact sound that was coming in or the exact audio that's coming in. We didn't make sure that the experience is matching up with consistency and the honesty of our actions. But again, like we're living now, we're seeing a lot of these are falling out of favor. And even the laugh track itself fell out of favor in the world. So before we kind of dive into building these sounds ourselves and how to use some tools online to think about through these sounds, you can make your own experiences. Let's dive into thinking about how it fell out of favor. First off, the laugh track originally fell out of favor, especially we've actually saw a decline during live TV when we were talking about late night TV shows during 2020 when COVID, because you couldn't have a live studio audiences. And there was this air of like uncertainty or unrealness. And it felt a little bit manipulative to have a full blown laugh track playing when you knew there was an empty audience. Manipulating the user does not feel great. So when we're thinking about audio online, let's make sure we're not doing it to manipulate. Additionally, if it messes with the pacing. So we've all been part of those videos that you can't fast forward, or you're like, please let me click past this sound. This is really annoying. I don't want this video to play out. Making and providing accommodations so that you can keep that pacing natural and consistent. We have natural pauses in conversation. And I think this is a really difficult thing about taking a meta moment here about giving an odd presentation about sound on the internet is you don't know when to pause to do that natural feedback with sound. But those are the natural reactions. We talk in a way or we present in a way that allows for natural reactions and pacing. And the internet doesn't always kind of lend a favor to it. And that leads us to our final one, which is it's unnatural or it's uneasy. If I put a really, like at the beginning of this presentation, you saw a really cheesy laugh track that I generated. And that is something I particularly told it to make it super cheesy, super awkward, very band show type. Is so much of it is unnatural. We don't want to be thinking about these situations where everything is at full blast, at full length, at kind of the full whatever side of it. A lot of the AI voices or AI music we're seeing coming out is again unnatural, uneasy. It feels eerie. We don't like that. It's not cool. And so when we think about it, we need to make sure that we're taking these considerations into particular. So like when we think about sound on the web, one, we need to make sure, and we can go into a whole other presentation on this, but I know we're coming up here on time. a whole other presentation on just thinking about it from like a latency perspective, or how do we think about it? So making sure that we're not just playing audio without a user gesture. So how do we make sure that we're thinking about it of it is ready to go on the first time that the audio is coming? You're not waiting for a load button. It's like the button clicked, oh, audio has to load. So really thinking about those, where it's playing in the browser, or if it's playing locally, where is that happening and how is that happening at speed? Thinking about how you're preloading it, how you're thinking about the latency of it. So again, we don't want to wait for something to buffer. Thinking about the different file formats. So like, how is it coming across in a good way? Like, oh my goodness, your sound sounds amazing, but it's buffering every 15 seconds. We don't necessarily want that. Right now, and previously and historically, you didn't have to think about TV and audio. It didn't have to worry about it, because when the laugh track was created back in the 40s, you didn't really have a whole lot of different ways of listening to music. But now we have to think about things like different browsers, from Safari to laptop speakers. It's going to sound very different out of a phone speakers. It's going to sound very different on low-end earbuds. It's going to sound very different on those high-end earbuds. So it's thinking about all of those different things. Even in rehearsing for this talk, with the sound that I thought sounded normal on my machine came out and blew out the test speakers. So thank you so much for Matthew kind of hanging in there as I'm blowing out his ears behind the scenes here. These are all things we need to consider when we're diving into it. But now I'm going to go ahead and stop this screen. And we've got about 10 minutes, if I'm correcting, right before things. Awesome. And I'm going to go ahead and show one of my favorite tools for creating sound effects. So I'm actually going to be pulling it up through Goose, which is a agentic coding tool. So I use 11 Labs a lot when I think about sound effects and creating their own sound effects. They have a great API and they have a great tool setup. And they actually have an MCP server. So I'm actually going to pull up, I realize their website might be a better way to look at it, but they have a great way of presenting. Go ahead and share. So this is what it looks like here. It's going to give you a realistic voice platform. I actually just read that like Matthew McConaughey is going to be on here. So a lot of celebrities are able to clone their voice and actually get payment for it. So it does voice cloning, it does different sparroting, it does speech to text, it does reader. A lot of like your narration that you're hearing on the website, on the web these days, is probably using 11 Labs. But for the sake of today, we're just going to kind of play around with this and show how to kind of explore and start testing around different ways of doing it. So like, yes, this is an API, but you can also create sound effects that you can download and can be really constrictive on how to create them. You can even use it for if you want to do that dynamic live feedback voice agent type work. And that is something that you can also do in there. But that, again, whole nother presentation and a whole other 45 minutes that we can jump into here. So I'm going to go ahead, switch my screen, pull up my BFF Goose, which is again an agentic coding platform. I've got it plugged into 11 Labs MCP. So there is an MCP server, and I can share all that in the comments after this. But on the MCP server, we can just jump into different soundscapes. So I think if we were presenting and thinking about a different type of website and the different types of tool we're using, we can actually just create these live soundscapes and play them. I'm going to confirm that I shared my screen with audio, all within this beautiful little platform. Apologies for that little screen share craziness here. There we go. Now that I've had my sound screen. So we can dive in and we can be like, let's wrap this up, put a nice little bow on it, and let's come up with a nice closing and a round of applause for this presentation and a round of applause for all the sponsors and people who put together. So create using, I'm just typing this here, the 11 Labs MCP server. Let's create a closing soundtrack for soundscape to wrap up this presentation that features applause and hoorahs. Be excited. People worked hard for this. And I'm going to just press enter, and it's going to go ahead. You can see those loading those extensions, and it's going to generate those sound effects. And the cool part about this is, again, this is using AI generated, but it is tuned off of different, so it's using time series kind of based, or on time series based data. So it's going to be using that unstructured data, which is that audio. It's going to be creating a new model. It's created 3 different ones, which is Okay, great start here. It saved them there. That's awesome. I want them to be combined together. And the cool thing is we can all do this again by just simply prompting now, which I think is allowing for a lot more opportunities. And again, this is a little more in depth. I don't know how many times we'll be creating an end of presentation applause, but like it's always fun to have a little fun with audio in this case. I want to layer them together. So let's and then play final audio. So it's going to splice these together, which is nice. It's using this is what I get. I thought it was installed. I literally was using it yesterday. So let's see what's going. It's going to go ahead. It's installing from Homebrew. And the cool thing is you can use this for your simple knock sounds as well. I've seen people use, I'm personally playing around building a little streaming tool with this. So I've been playing around building like trying to solve the problem of like you're giving a live presentation or you're live streaming and like you don't have those audio reactions. So I've been playing around with the different kind of experiences, building a live user feedback reaction tool. So when you are giving a presentation, you don't have to be like, okay, let's awkwardly fill this space with sound because no one wants to stare at my computer loading. And so I've been thinking about what are the sounds that we want to hear during that time frame? What do we want to, how do we want to approach that? And then the considerations that's really interesting and the biggest problem I've been running into as I've been playing around with it is one, the model in the AI space is moving so quickly that it's always constantly changing. But the second problem is it's not only having to just play the audio, it's having to spit it out and it's having to listen to what's happening and have contextual relevance. And right now I haven't quite nailed exactly how fast it is. That real time is a really hard problem, which is again, it's having to listen, the robots, and spit it out at the same time. It's going to take its little moments here. And if it takes too long, we'll just play it from our desktop. Oh, perfect. It's going to splice that together. I always love how it does tell you where everything that's happening. It's a lot more like, again, we thought when we were testing this live, we thought we could be like, amazing. Gonna play it. And I don't know if that's coming from on your end. Right, I'm not sure if that came through on y'all's end, but I'm gonna get a thumbs up. Awesome, there we go. And it tells us that final thing. It tells us the total duration of our time. And it tells us exactly, it's an absolutely fantastic closing soundscape that captures the excitement and appreciation for all the hard work. So again, very cheesy, but we did that in what, about 2 minutes, 3 minutes? So I'll take it for about 2 minutes of work. But that is what we'll end on today. And unless there's anything else, we can go ahead and polish that up. Let's go ahead and build.
All right. Thanks so much, Aaron. That was that that was great. I have so many questions, but you really got the audience chatting here. So selfishly, I want to ask all of my questions, but I don't know if we're going to get to them because we got a long list here. So I'm just going to start at the top here. First question coming to us from Danielle is, how do you keep accessibility in mind when playing with sound on the internet?
So great question. And this is actually something that I was initially very concerned of because I was like, there's so many different ways of doing it. I want to give a lot of shout out. I took one of the best classes I took in grad school was actually UX for accessibility. And it was a great way of learning. And it was one of the days in class we had to completely operate. We were not allowed to use a monitor. We had to operate entirely by screen reader. And so there is actually studies that have showed that sound can actually make the internet more accessible. And thinking about sound on the internet, because some people, that's all they have to interact with the internet, is that well, you're working with sound, and a lot of websites don't work performantly with screen readers, or they don't offer it. So what we're seeing a lot is kind of I've seen a lot of the like, what is it, the Notebook LM, which is creating podcasts out of articles. That's a really kind of great way of increasing accessibility and offering different ways of doing it. But again, it's really, I don't think all the tools are there yet, and I won't put myself out there as an accessibility pro. That's just being real and honest and all that stuff. But that is all to say, how do we really kind of like, without thinking about it together, we don't have anything as a whole.
So does that mean that, I mean, are there times where you would use that visual, or if there's an option, tactical feedback, and other times you would use sound, or are you more getting at it's kind of better to have all of those things when you need to provide feedback in some way?
Use kind of a combination. Don't just rely on one different type of advice, or don't rely on just one. And if you are relying on something that doesn't have anything, make sure you're really building those good practices, whether it's like using good headings, not just having 10,000 divs on your site. That is, and like, honestly, I do think more people should probably build with a screen reader, or just like go try using a screen reader yourself. Like, there's a way of just doing it. Go use it yourself. It's really wild. It's like, you don't realize how bad some websites are until you actually try to navigate them with the screen reader, and then it makes you really feel cringy.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, that's great advice. Also, highly recommend that for you folks. All right, moving on to David. David asks, is there a case where audio works besides the UX components? So maybe it's talking more about like the implementation of it on the front end.
Yeah. So besides UX components, I think a lot of the times, like, we see it, that's probably the most common place we're seeing it right now. I've been playing around with it just in streaming, just because it's an area that I'm super interested in. And so how are we thinking about the streaming sides? And how do we think about that real time? So I think we see it a lot in podcasting as well. So like, how are you converting media to different types? When we're thinking about it on the front end interface, I'm not seeing it so much as being used. I think like the old Flash games have kind of died out. That was kind of a big way, or MySpace pages way, just sort of a big way of seeing it out. It's kind of died out, which makes sense. Most people, I mean, I don't know how many people leave their sound on in their browser window. I know I'm probably the worst. I did a presentation on sound, and I'm like, I'm the person who has sound off all the time. So I'm probably not the person to necessarily talk to about that. However, it does kind of increase the different participations. But one of the ways that they do think about that is actually children's or educational software has a lot of different ways of using it, or teaching platforms has a lot.
That's interesting. You know, I think that concept you were talking about is, you know, generating it on the fly on when you're live streaming is really interesting. If we go back to our first presentation today, we're talking about the ability to transcribe and work with audio and on Cloudflare's platform. And it's just like, I think things are changing so rapidly, but yeah, that idea of like, well, we can just have super unique audio that is generated, I don't know, based on whatever sort of feedback.
It's been,
really cool.
yeah, something that I've been playing around with. It doesn't work quite yet. Now it's got a really awkward delay. So we haven't got around that yet. But I think a lot of that is, it's interesting because it's part models, it's part also like the structure. So how are you flowing the stuff internally, and like part just the pure latency. So like the other day, my husband was like, you know, the standard, like, oh, my partner was on a Zoom call, let's watch how slow things take the buffer on the internet.
Yeah, that latency is, I mean, that's kind of crucial, right? Because like sound is kind of like it's that human reaction. And if you're in a conversation and somebody's too slow to react, you're like, no, I'm on to the next thing already. It's got to probably be like right there, right?
Exactly. And I think that's part of the reason that we think about struggling with there's a lot of, I've been kind of following like how it's being used for multimodal languages. So I don't know if anybody, like, voice notes, right? It's like, I have a couple friends who live overseas, and voice notes, I have a close friend who's Pakistani, and she always sends me voice notes, and I always laugh because the transcription is totally butchered. And it's like, hasn't quite like nailed different dialects or accents or that yet, but also in the same time, like what, it was Apple that had the new earpods that like translate live now. And that's like super cool. But are we all just, what is the natural behavior that's going to come from this? Like, unless we can speed up our latency, are we all just going to naturally develop a pause? Like, are we going to be millennial pausing on conversations now? Interesting things to think about.
Yeah, that's fascinating. That has me going down this whole other rabbit hole of like because you talked a lot about laugh tracks, and I've seen the videos where you can remove the laugh track from and show an episode, just like a little scene.
Yeah.
And it's super awkward because they're just like sitting there in silence for an extended period of time.
It's the laugh tracks, or if you go and look up like silent movies, and go and like where they would play the live audio behind it. Or I know they do different, like if you've ever been there's a couple of different plays that they do with like a live band and the audio is off on that, you'll tell, which is the very interesting things that you'll kind of appear out of that world.
Yes, exactly. Okay, back to audience questions. David asks, how do we consider licensing in such a case? And I believe they were referring to when you had pulled up the 11 Labs. So as you're generating audio with that service, is there what do you know about the licensing there?
So licensing, and don't quote me on that, go check out their pricing and their whatnot. I like personally use like their creator plan. And so a lot of it is very much thinking about, they have licensing that does even like HIPAA customers and compliance. So that's always a great one to kind of think about. They have multilingual, they are being used in enterprises, so they do have licensing. And they also have, one of the things that I actually really like about them, I know there's a lot of heat on the AI space and like the creators' rights, and don't get me wrong, like I do value that. But one of the things that I actually really appreciate is when they do the voice cloning. So you can actually get paid as a creator, as like a voice actor, for cloning your voice on 11 Labs. And then every time you use it, when you pay your credits, that credit goes directly to the creator, which I think is like, if you're going to do it, like, let's be real, like it's not going anywhere. We're going to have like, I'd rather have that than like the Siri's voice has been cloned. And that was, yes, and originally a voice actor. And I have friends who are voice actors, and I know people who are voice actors on 11 Labs. And like being able to get some sort of compensation for that, but also like increasing the access of it. Like I know 11 Labs is working with like other organizations or gaming organizations to create sound effects. Having that small bit of compensation for your like voice data is very important. It's a little more fair of a model.
Yeah. I mean, there's just across the world so much to consider in terms of licensing, but really just compensating the source material that AI is using, right?
Yeah. And it's like, I don't know anybody's, like, I'm not an expert. I don't know that there's any like, what is the fair rate of that? Because I don't know that we can define that yet. And I think so much of it, we can't go, yes, I do believe it should be compensated, but what do we compensate for the going back in time? Because like, we have to be realistic. Some of this data was collected in the 90s and the early 2000s during the .com boom, where like, you can't necessarily, there's no track record. How do you go back and compensate those people that develop the underlying technologies behind that? Yes. And that's a whole other ethical argument we can get into. That's another 45-minute or an hour-long presentation.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Okay, so Tony has been asking about the process of cleaning audio, and I think that's interesting. I produced a video about a month ago where I took a bunch of different interviews and I put them all together, and it's like they're different volumes, there's different levels of noise and all of that, and I've got programs that I've had for a while and kind of a process where you can clean that up, normalize it, compress it, etc. But it's all very manual, and I know those tools that I use will continue to get better, probably through AI, but they're specific for that. But have you found anything in your workflows or with 11 Labs in particular where it can do some cleaning, or is it really just focused on the generation?
Not so much. Like 11 Labs is really focused on the generation. I've played around with other tools that kind of like, they claim to like automate the leveling and all that stuff, but I don't think I've found anything as good as just using good old fashioned Audacity and doing it manually. So much to my demise. So if anybody finds out one, please let me know, because I hate editing audio with a passion. Like, and so, and that's one thing I've like noticed is like also like, the mono stereo becomes really more noticeable in that AI generated content, because some of it comes across as very flat. And so for those of you who aren't aware, like when you're thinking about audio, it comes through mono, which means it's coming through like the headphones, both headphones at the same time, left, right, flat, pretty flat. And then when you think about like stereo, it's you've got like some coming out the left or right, or like you can think about that binaural type of audio, which is more that spatial or surround sound, so to speak, of like how does sound interact in a room, or like soundscapes. And technology really hasn't gotten there yet. Like that's something that the kind of the AI generated audio hasn't quite figured out. It still is coming across pretty flat. And I'll totally admit, I'm probably tone deaf. I can't do karaoke, can't sing. I don't have a musical bone in my body. So I'm looking at it purely from a sound effect perspective. So someone with a better ear for that would probably be, I would love to hear their thoughts on that, because that's not me.
Yeah, and I assume this will get better over time. I mean, there was a tool I was using for a little while called Crisp with a K, which was
Oh, yeah.
it's like a virtual microphone that the audio passes through, and it removes the noise on the fly, which it can be useful, but I have found that, and maybe it's gotten better since I stopped using it, but like when you have control, especially if you're doing a recording versus something live, when you have more control over it, you can kind of find that natural level of doctoring where it still feels like it's natural and it's cleaned up slightly, versus if you rely on this tool, you don't know if it's going to go too far, and then you're going to start, missing part of what you're actually trying to say too.
Yeah. It's those little things like can make a big difference when it comes to like how people are interpreting it. I'm even curious, like you're going to have like AI generated audio translated to a different language, translated to a different language, translated to a different language. And what context is going to be lost as we do that in the future?
Yes, absolutely. The last thing I wanted to ask you, we had a couple folks asking for some references to some of the research that you had done. So maybe you can jump in chat after this and talk to me.
Yeah, definitely happy to do so. A lot of it is from Don Norman's books, so always go check out from him. So he's a good reference. If you just Google Don Norman, Design of Everyday Things is like most popular book. But also, yeah, happy to send out the other links in the chat.
Wonderful. Well, thanks for being here, Aaron.
Awesome. Thank you for having me. Have a good one.
All right. Hey, folks, we are headed into an extended 20-minute break now. So go ahead and get up, stretch those legs, grab a coffee, refill that tea, and we will be back here with our series of lightning talks when we return in about 20 minutes. I'll see you then. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a great break. And now it is time to check out our 3 short lightning talks during our Ignite sessions here. During these sessions, each presentation is going to be between 5 and 10 minutes long, and they have all been pre-recorded. We also don't have a Q&A session following each of these talks, but some of the presenters may be hanging out in the chat, so keep those questions coming. And if they aren't here or can't answer them, hopefully some of the other attendees will be able to chime in as well. All right, our first presenter is Raymond Camden. Raymond is the author of multiple books on web development and has been actively blogging and presenting for almost 20 years. Please welcome Raymond Camden.
Hi, welcome to Embedding PDFs, because as we know, at the end of the world, when everything is gone, there'll still be a lot of bugs and probably still quite a few PDFs. I am Raymond Camden. You can find me at raymondcamden.com. You can email me. You can find me on Blue Sky, Mastodon. You can definitely reach out. I am a developer evangelist who has spent way too many years working with PDFs. Thankfully, my new job has me outside the PDF world, but I still kind of care about PDFs, and so I'll talk about them from time to time. So, why? Why do we care about embedding PDFs? Well, browsers do a great job, actually, rendering PDFs. You really don't need to download Acrobat anymore or use any other operating system viewer when the browser can actually do a great job of showing you any PDF. However, it is a full body takeover experience. So your existing website goes away. The PDF takes the entire screen, and you lose any context. You lose any ability to show relevant content around the PDF and so forth. You basically lose everything. So what can we do to get around that? Option 1, no JavaScript. Now I know what you're saying right now. Like that's wrong, right? You have to use JavaScript. No, you don't, because we're going to use an OG example, an iframe, which was first added way back in 1995, along with Dua Lipa, Megan Thee Stallion, and Java. 2 of those things are really cool. 1, not quite as much. This is supported everywhere, even Safari. Like, yes, really, like even Safari. It's, again, like ancient web technology that just plain works. So you take your HTML and then you add an iframe tag to it. And it's a little bit off screen here, but basically give it a source. You can give it a width and height. You can also use CSS. It also supports loading equals lazy, which is great, especially when we're talking about PDFs, which could be a little bit heavier, such that this iframe won't actually load until it's in the viewport. So because I'm using a web-based framework to render this presentation, I can actually embed the PDF in there, and I get whatever controls my browser does for rendering PDFs, I get it within the iframe instead. And yeah, this is a little bit kind of hard to read. If I get rid of the thumbnails and increase the resolution, it gets better. It's not really a great source PDF either, but I could make this look a little bit nicer, but it was all of about 3 or so seconds to add into my HTML. And obviously this is a web-based framework again, so this is all in context and the PDF is just embedded in there. Now you do get a little bit of control in terms of changing the experience a little bit. This is all done via URL hashes. Things like, load a particular page or turn off the toolbar. If you're really interested, there is a PDF from way back in 2007 that talks about all the different parameters that you could add to change the experience. Take a ginormous grain of salt with this. In my experience, many of them did not work. Page seemed to work all over the place. Toolbar seemed to work in Chromium-based browsers, but like not Safari. You will see what happens essentially when you add it. So here's that exact same PDF embed that I showed before. All I've added now is page equals 6 to jump to the end of this particular PDF, and I turned off the toolbar. So it's a bit nicer experience. And What you use will depend on your website, the PDF document, etc., whatever makes sense in that regards. But you do have options to do that. Now, what if you really, really want to use JavaScript? Yes, like you have to, right? Like you can't go on the web without using JavaScript. So, what are your options out there? Well, there are a couple different options that you can pay for. I've worked for some of these companies, or you can use a free open source JavaScript library you can find at embedpdf.com. And it is a fairly lightweight system. You give a div, or you put a div on your web page that you can set height, width, etc. And then you use like 5 lines of JavaScript. You import the library, and then you initialize it by pointing it back to that div and telling it the source. And like that is it. So I have an example I'll show here. This is regular HTML with the JavaScript library in there, and it just works. And if we look at that page source, we can see, yeah, I just dropped in my div, I gave it a size and so forth, and added my JavaScript. So you do have that. It is a pretty good system. I will say, library, I will say documentation is lacking quite a bit. There's a lot of features they talk about that they don't quite actually show you how to use. I am talking with the maintainer of that project, and they have promised me more docs are coming. It's something that I want to cover on my blog when that happens. But you can use it, and if you're willing to kind of dig and play around with it, you can do more with it. So I hope this was interesting. I appreciate your attention. Thank you, and let me know if you have any questions.
That was great. Thanks, Ray. All right, next up, let's move on to Nick Taylor. Nick is a developer advocate at Pomerium, a zero-trust identity-aware proxy platform that enables secure clientless connections to web applications and services without a corporate VPN. Now, I know Nick, and Nick is a huge fan of open source, not a huge fan of spiders. And Nick has over a decade of open source contributions and 5 years of professional open source experience at companies like OpenSauce, Dev.to, Netlify, and now Pomerium. He brings deep community knowledge to his work, and you'll often find him live streaming tech content. And if you haven't checked out his live stream, I highly recommend it. He's got a great show. So check him out, and please welcome Nick Taylor.
Hey, everybody. Welcome. My name's Nick Taylor. I'm a developer advocate at a company called Pomerium. And today we're going to be looking into building overlays with web tech. So for anybody that live streams or have seen live streams, you might notice on some live streams that there's like cool backgrounds or maybe some kind of interaction sometimes, and other info pulled in and stuff. And you can do all of that with the existing web tech that you know. So let's go ahead and take a peek here over at, this is a live stream recording that I did with Andy Bell, who's awesome. And let's just look at a few elements on the page here. So I do have some static stuff, like this is literally just an image here that is pulled in OBS, which is what I stream with. But there's some other stuff that we'll see shortly, but like this alpaca, which I'll get into why there's an alpaca at some point. There's some other info like Andy's title and the title of the live stream, the logo, and we can see the chat. And even the videos feeds that you see here of me and Andy, those are 2 actual URLs that are pulled in using something called video.ninja. I'm not going to go deep into Video Ninja today, but all I'll say about it is it's a really great open source project. You can use it to bring in guests onto a live stream. All right, cool. So we've got all these pieces in here. Let's go break this all down. So like I mentioned, I use Airtable to pull in data. So here I have an example of me, Nick Taylor, my title, and like PixelPalooza. Now, we're just going to look at a few things here. So I have a site, nickit.live. This is where I post my schedule and stuff. And you can see here, it says PixelPalooza, and then it says the guest, me, and my title, and that's being pulled in literally from here. this isn't used on the live stream, obviously, but this is how I get my schedule to just show up as I update Airtable. But what I do want to show is that overlay that you saw with Andy's live stream. You can see here's the live stream overlay for today's guest info, and it's the same info being pulled in from Airtable. So it says PixelPalooza for the title, my name and my title. And if we come over to OBS, we're not going to live stream, obviously, but you can see that that info is pulled in here. And that is basically an overlay here that I have pulled in. And if we look at it, we can see here's the URL. It's overlays.nickit.live/guest info. And so that's one piece of the puzzle. Let's come back to here. Now, this is an Astro site, so that page that's showing the guest info, here's the .astro file for it. And again, we're just leaning into web tech here. So I've got a guest stream info function that I created. This is pulling the information from Airtable. I've got some good old HTTP caching happening. I cache it for, I think 600 is just 5 minutes, I believe, because sometimes I have to change the guest info on the fly, but I just want it cached anyways. And then you can see here just regular stuff outside of the code fences, just Astro with good old HTML in here. I have a bit of scope style here, and you can see I'm pulling in all the info and stuff here. So that's pretty cool. Now, there's another thing here, which if we come back to OBS, we can see I have this alpaca here, and I'm going to run a command here. So let's switch here, and I'm going to say alpaca-hide, and you're going to see that the alpaca hides. Now, this is just to bring it home here. This is like the live stream is not running right now, but if it was running, if I was in Twitch and I used the command alpaca hide, it would do what you just saw there. And you can see it just keeps changing hats, or sometimes he's drinking something. And let's just do it again because it's just fun to do. And you're going to see hides again and then pops back up. Where'd you go, alpaca? There you go. Okay, hello, King. And there's other things you can do here. So like we can add some other interactions. Like I can say add a donut, and then I can actually start moving the donut. So I can say donut-right, and you can see it moves and stuff. And that's just fun, silly interactivity, but I just want to show where that's coming from. So we can see it here, and I can come back here if I was in the chat, and I could do other stuff, like I think it's unicorn. There we go. And then I can do unicorn up, for example. And so how is this all possible? So this is using a project called Comfy.js. This is open source. This is used specifically for Twitch. So Twitch has commands. So like if we come back here, if you want to use a command in Twitch, it always has to be prefixed with exclamation mark. And then you can basically put a command. So here's Todd, shout out to Todd Libby. He's a big fan of lobsters. So then I can do like Todd again. Let's go down this time. And this is all possible because of Comfy.js. I won't go into all the details of the project here, but essentially you can intercept the commands and then you can have it do whatever you want that command to do. And that's basically, this one is an Astro site. I should probably update this one. This is just raw HTML, and then I've got inline, I'm importing a script here with just type module. And then if we come here, we can go see all that stuff. So like I have like some emojis and other stuff, and then there's like the pieces like Todd, and like there's a poop emoji, donut, etc. And then basically I have commands, like I can move it, I can create the pieces, and then you can see here it's just basically parsing that command that comes in from Twitch, and that's how you're able to do those things. And let's see here, let's do one that's a little more fun. So if we come over here, or actually let's go straight into OBS. I'm going to say confetti, and then all of a sudden it just throws a bunch of stuff up, emojis that causes chaos. And that's literally just all the chat interactions here. So I can hide that, I can show it. And this is just showing how it doesn't have to be this one massive overlay either. So literally you can just hide the chat here. The restream chat, that is what I use for live streaming. Again, this is just a URL I get from Restream, but I can paste it in as an overlay as well. You can customize it, and so that's pretty cool too. All right, nice. So all these pieces together just allow you to have like something super interactive, or even if it's not super interactive, you can just pull in stuff leveraging the existing web tech that you know. And I think that's really cool. And I'm curious if folks do live streaming, or even if you haven't, I encourage you to just try out these things and give it a go. It's a lot of fun, and sure, it's a little silly. I'll throw in one more there. I think curl, because I'm Canadian, and then I can just do curl left here. Now, this won't come across on the in the talk here, but when it moves the curling rock, it says sweep, so it's I just go sweep sweep. Anyways, fun stuff. Web tech isn't going away. There's just so many places you can use it, and overlays and live streaming is one of the places. And that's it. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Nick. I was just chatting with Nick a couple weeks ago in San Francisco, and I'm just starting to dip my toes into more live streaming, and he kind of ran through that for me, and it's just got so many great ideas, and I'm really excited to get my hands dirty and tinker with some of Nick's ideas there. All right. Next up, we have Jason Pimentel. Jason is a principal designer at Chewy.com, helping lead their design system efforts across e-commerce, enterprise, and mobile app experiences. Previously, he spent much of his time working with clients to establish their typographic systems and digital strategy, helping design and development teams work smarter and faster, and running workshops about all of the above there. Jason researches and writes extensively on typography for the web. He's the author of Responsive Typography for O'Reilly. He pens articles for .NET Magazine, Print Magazine, How, and monotype.com, and he frequently joins as a guest on podcasts, and he's even authored several online courses as well. All of us, let's give Jason a warm welcome.
Good morning. I'm going to give you a fast talk about even faster web fonts, talking about typographic magic, an exploration of performance and expression with type. I work on the design system at Chewy, and I've been working with web fonts for about 15 years, speaking about them all over the world and writing a book, and generally carrying on about it way more than most people ever really want to hear. So what can we do with this to overcome some of the no's that we hear all the time in engineering when it comes to wanting to add fonts to the site? So apart from design being important, performance is the first visible aspect of design. So we want to make sure that we give browsers a good map and directions to go and find stuff so we can get stuff on the page quickly. Now, that's going to be things like DNS loading hints, font optimization, fallback tuning, and we don't want to forget about the basics like image attributes and loading priority. So here's our page, and we've got a little bit of stuff that we can take a look at here. We've got some product cards. We've got a few different photographs of Leo and Henry. And as we start to take a look, we've got our fonts loading from Google. And we just pasted in a line of code and moved on. Now, that looks maybe not too bad. Largest contentful paint, 1.035, 0.021 for cumulative layout shift. Now, take a look at this waterfall down below. You'll note this line down around line 11. That's the fonts loading. And until we get those fonts, there's the CSS first. So you can see that's 300 milliseconds just to make the response for the CSS, and then we've got to load the font assets. So we're way out around a second before we can start really putting stuff on screen and having the design come to life. So I think there's a lot of room for improvement. And so we want to make sure we are prepared. So when I talk about we've got a few different things that we can do. And that's going to include pre-connect, preload, and prefetch. So What do we mean by this? Pre-connecting warms up the connection, makes it faster to load those resources, and then just ask for them when we need them. So we're kind of warming up that directions on the map. And then for things that we know we want to have before we start rendering the page, we'll load our basic CSS. And we're setting the fetch priority to high as well. So we're doing everything we can to tell the browser that these are the most important assets to load before we can start processing and rendering the page. We can also do this with a font. So we'll just get one of them. If you're using static fonts, I would load the regular weight. In this case, we're loading a variable font, which I'll talk more about in a moment. Now, we want to do this sparingly, so that's why we don't load too many files, but because this will block the rendering of the page. So keep note of that. You want to make sure that you're doing this wisely. And then for things that you don't need right away, but you know you will need, you can use prefetch. Prefetch is sort of in the middle. It uses that warm connection to ask for a resource, but it'll get it when it can. Now, as we're going about optimizing, we want to make sure we're doing this wisely. We're looking at starting with Google Fonts, and then we're going to optimize them and load them ourselves, and think about maybe loading variable fonts instead. And if you take a look at this waterfall, you can see that the circles up top, it stretches out the amount of time it takes to go get those assets, where if you look at the one below, that tiny little circle right there is the loading of the first font file when we're self-hosting, and then the prefetch is the one that it goes and grabs later that it doesn't need right away. We're also going to make sure that we're using font display swap, and that means the browser can go ahead and render it in the fallback font right away and then switch it over to the web font once it loads. Most of the time you won't even really see that if we're using these other techniques, but we can also tune up our fallbacks. So this is a neat little trick, and I've got a link to a resource for you with this as well that we'll share later. And then you can have the fallback fonts more closely match the metrics of what you're putting on the screen, so there's less visible change. Now, visible change, we'll also get into that quite a bit by the fact that I just using a variable font instead of a static one. Nonito Sans has 4 different axes to play with. I could explain everything on the screen here, but I know it's always better to show rather than tell. So we'll bring Leo and Henry back, and they'll give us a hand. So these different axes are built into the font file itself. They're not distortions. They're whatever the typeface designer decided to expose. And so we can get things like width, weight, even X height. And of course, we're going to bring Tristan and Tilly back here to illustrate slant. Now, all of these are available just with CSS once we've loaded that file, so we can get way more expressive than the typical, here's 2 or 3 weights of a font, that's it, don't ask us for anything else. And then finally, we don't want to forget about optimizing image formats. We'll get WebP when we can. We always want to specify the width and height so that we can tell the browser how much space to preserve. The important thing there is the aspect ratio. It doesn't actually have to be exact to the size that you are displaying it. They could just be the original dimensions, so you always know what they are. And we're saying fetch priority high for the first asset, so we get that loaded quickly, and then loading lazy for the one down at the bottom of the page, because we know that's nowhere near the viewport just yet. Now, where does this get us after we've done all of this? Well, we've cut our largest contentful paint almost in half. We've dramatically reduced our cumulative layout shift. Total blocking time is again still 0. And when we look at the waterfall here, the fonts are loaded and we can start rendering content on the page over half a second sooner in the right fonts. So there's a tremendous improvement that we've made here without really doing anything other than reorder the way we load things. And now we can get way more expressive and have some fun. So we can play around with all kinds of things to be more responsive. On the small screen, we're keeping the text a little bit tighter. It's not quite as big. It's not quite as open, which is fine. because it's a small screen. We don't need that. It's still perfectly legible, and you can fit a little bit more content on the screen this way. We're using Clamp to fluidly scale the font size. We're using media queries to set the font width so it's a little narrower on the small screen so we fit more content on a line. And then we're tailoring the font weight for regular and bold so that it works really well with this typeface in the design, and even tweaking it a little bit more when we get to dark mode. So you can see what happens here as we scale to the larger screen. We've opened up the line height, we've increased the font size just a little bit. It's more appropriate for the space that we have. And then again with dark mode, we've lowered the weight a tiny little bit so that as you get into that reverse contrast, the text doesn't fatten up a little bit and get a little bit less readable. I've also used the new light dark syntax to set this up too, which was pretty neat. It really cut down on the amount of CSS that I had to write. Now, since type is the clothes our words wear, we want to not stop at just getting things on screen. We really want to ramp up our expressiveness and take advantage of what CSS has to offer. So we're going to look at things like leveraging writing modes. Sometimes we want a little bit of visual friction to slow people down to take in a message. We also want to balance our text a little bit. So again, we've got a new property, text wrap balance, add one line, and all of a sudden we can start to even those things out and have a few fewer widows and orphans in our text without ever having to go back and resort to any hacks or workarounds. And it even works in longer passages of text. It'll work with up to 4 lines in Chrome. Safari is actually able to do the whole page. So again, 1 line of CSS, everything balances out. It works perfectly in the context of a CMS because you don't really have to add any special markup. It's really pretty great. And if you do want to make sure that you're supporting older browsers that don't have full support for text wrap balance yet, you can actually use feature detection and then layer in hyphenation. So that actually is something that's been supported for quite some time, and you wouldn't have any concerns about putting that in. So we started with static fonts. We added a whole bunch more expressive flair. We ended up with something that is much more interesting and really engaging. It's still very sustainable, and by the numbers, we've made incredible improvements in performance, even when we have ended up adding a little bit to the download. So even with all of that we've done, we've made it way more interesting, way more sustainable, a lot more performant, and we're still able to carry on and do exactly what we want to do and have a much more engaging site. So have some fun, and thank you very much. Slides and everything else will be available up at the link that you see here.
Thank you so much, Jason. I love that idea of the end of a presentation should always be about go have fun, go build something weird, something useless. This is a great theme for today. So thanks, Jason. And big thank you to all of our Ignite speakers today. We're going to take a quick break while we set up our next talk, and we'll be back a little more than 10 minutes from now at 25 past the hour. I'll see you then.
And honestly, our mission here at Cloudflare is to help build a better internet. We mean it. It's in our DNA. We want you to build. And it's hard for you to do that if you keep getting stuck. That's why we're always working towards giving builders fast, powerful, fun-to-use tools at costs that make every project worth the investment. We've taken a swing at some creative solutions that will most likely clear a good portion of these blockers that all of us devs have been experiencing. And we're always working on removing more blockers for you.
Welcome back, folks. We have 2 more presentations for you today. Before we do that, it is time for our second swag giveaway. And let's do that kind of silent drum roll thing again. And the winner is Courtney Larkin. Courtney, congratulations. To claim your swag, email info@fitc.ca. All right, folks, let's move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dave Kiss, and Dave is a full-stack engineer with over a decade of experience in building and sharing creative video solutions for the web. He's currently helping developers integrate video into their applications by spreading the joy of the radical APIs at Mux. And he's also currently vibe coding a golf game. We were just talking about this backstage, and it sounds very interesting. So if you get a chance to chat with Dave, talk to him about the game he's building. All right, everybody, please welcome Dave Kiss.
Thank you. I wish I could tell you more about that, but I have a very important story to share with you right now. We're going back in time. It's 1996, and I am 8 years old. I just got home from my Little League photo shoot, have grass stains in my pants, hopping out of the Astrovan and heading inside. And I don't know it yet, but I'm about to get my first exposure to programming that's going to change the course of my life forever. And it's all thanks to this piece of hardware. Now, if you are not an aching, groaning millennial like myself and not sure what this is, it's a Game Shark Pro for the Nintendo 64. And it's a physical piece of hardware that sat in between the video game cartridge and the video game console and allowed you to read, intercept, and override the values that were being communicated between the two, kind of allowing you to access the underlying primitives of the game. And here's kind of how it worked. When those values are being communicated back and forth, we had the ability to kind of latch on and overwrite that value with our own. So in the example of like Mario, typically Mario would run into a bad actor, the enemy in the game, and would take a little bit of a health hit. But with the Game Shark Pro, you could say, no way, Mario's not getting injured here, and always force that value for his health to stay at 100%. This Game Shark Pro allowed you to kind of bend the rules of the video games, but this wasn't really the only way to bend rules in a game. Sometimes the game's designers bent the rules as part of the game itself. As an example here, from one of my favorite arcade games of all time was NBA Jam. Again, another 90s release here. And this fellow with the lovely locks, his name was Mark Turmel. He's the lead designer and developer on the game. And Mark left his little impression on NBA Jam that he actually never even told anybody about until it came out later on. That hair, though. You see, Mark was from Detroit, so he's a big Pistons fan, the Detroit basketball team. And their rivals were the Chicago Bulls. And so what he wanted to do was make sure that his team was always going to beat his rivals. So without approval, he kind of went rogue. He programmed the game so if it was a close game between the Detroit Pistons and the Chicago Bulls would suddenly just start throwing bricks at the last second and would never really win. They would never beat the Pistons here. And he didn't tell anybody. He just left his mark on the game. No pun intended there. It was these kind of video game cheats that were the first time that I started to understand that the rules of the world around us are just rules. Somebody out there made them up, which is like great news because that means that we can bend them. We can change them more into what we're dreaming up and not what the factory dreams up for us. In fact, I would go so far to say as that we should bend the rules. As web developers, we're often asked to implement projects to spec, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't have a little bit of fun too, right? I mean, we're human. We don't have to be reduced to a Jira board and a daily stand-up. So it's our responsibility, I think, to fight back against the man, to take a stand against hierarchy and process, to challenge cultural and workplace norms, to work less, play more, to defend our calendar, and to keep the wild and weird World Wide Web alive in our creations. I'm going to take this really quick. And just for the effect, let's pretend we're all in the same physical room together where this talk is normally given. Steve.
Hey, Dave. Whoa, look at that background. Is that so realistic? Where'd you get that conference background?
It's not a background, Steve. I'm in the middle of a talk at PixelPalooza right now.
Okay. Hey, everybody. So you're busy?
I guess not. What's up?
Okay, well, quick ask. I just need you to put together a example of a video player using MediaChrome, our player toolkit. Just something fun, be creative, don't be afraid to get inspired, really hoping to show off what we can do with it.
Okay, I could do that.
Just be sure to run it by me, the team, before you show it to other people, okay? But have fun with it.
Yeah. All right, I'll run it by you.
Cool. And while you have everybody there, don't forget to tell them about our plans for Video.js.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea. I will. I'll let them know.
Cool. All right, thanks, Dave.
All right, see ya. It's always just a quick ask, isn't it? Run it by the team. At least he is kind of right here. I mean, MediaChrome's a really neat library to be playing with. It's kind of the video and audio player toolkit that we have available to us right now that we've built over at Mux. It is based off of web components. It can work basically with any web architecture and gives you the ability to kind of explode the video player that you're used to using into separate components that they can all be placed, styled, and interacted with in whatever way you can dream up. With MediaChrome, similar to with GameShark, you can access those underlying primitives of the player and change it into what you can dream up and not what somebody else dreams up for you. I wonder what we could dream up here. I want to be able to bend the rules. You know, what could I dream of? I dream of a player that could help me fight the good fight. Help me actually play. None of this business stuff all the time.
Yeah, quick ask here. Run it by the team, show it to the team before, you show it to anybody else. Just something fun, be creative. Be creative.
It's a me, Mario.
GameShark Pro redefines the rules, letting you set the agenda.
That's it. We can set the agenda. We can build a player that plays. Why don't we build a video player like the games in the arcades of my youth, where you don't just play the video, you play the video. These 3D engines on the web have come such a long way. We could totally do this. Steve's gonna love it. I think what we can do here today is walk through how we can build a 3D coin mechanism in Three.js that can then connect to MediaChrome to control video playback. And at the end, I'll show you what I think the future of video players on the internet looks like with Video.js. How's that sound? Well, I can't hear you at all. So I'm just going to assume that you're cheering and screaming my name. So I'm just going to keep moving on forward here. Let's go ahead and start building this 3D scene where we have a 3D coin mechanism that controls a video player. For this, we're going to use Three.js and a wrapper React library for Three.js called React 3 Fiber. If you're familiar with React, maybe you've never written any React before, and that's totally okay. But what we're doing here is assembling kind of a tree or a 3D scene. And inside of what we're going to call a canvas here, using the canvas component, we're going to place different elements different geometries and different things that kind of come together and build out this 3D scene. So here is the code that we are using to just initiate this 3D scene, right? We're importing a canvas from the React 3 Fiber library. And I'm also importing a perspective camera and camera controls from a utility library called React 3 Dry, which is German for 3, if you didn't know. Today I learned, well, yesterday, I guess, but Canvas, we have it here as sort of the base component. We are inserting a child perspective camera and camera control. So let's go ahead and just render this out. And we don't see anything. Well, we haven't added anything to the scene yet, so we need to go ahead and start laying some groundwork here. So I'm going to add another component to our scene. These components are these chunks, these building blocks that we're using to build the scene out, remember. So here we have a ground component that we're writing, and what we're introducing for the ground is a mesh. Now, a mesh is sort of just a collection of geometries and materials that are held together sort of in this container. That groups them together. So we have this mesh that we're saying, let's make sure it can receive shadows. I'm going to want shadows to appear on the mesh at some point. We're going to rotate it so it's not standing up. It's sort of laying on the flat side there on the ground, or representing a ground, and just using a plane geometry, which is just a flat, big old box basically. And I'm going to apply a mesh basic material, which is just kind of a gray material here. So let's go ahead and run this. And look, now we have our ground, which we can sort of, since we have the camera in place, we have the ground, we can interact with it and see our scene is coming together. It's not much yet, but let's, Rome wasn't built in a day. Let's apply some carpet. The carpet from my youth, when I remember from the arcades that I went to, was sort of this stained, wild patterns, very neon colors, which I learned later that was designed specifically, I think, to hide popcorn. That was kind of interesting. I don't know if that's true. Don't Google it. But how do we apply that sort of pattern to this plane geometry? Well, we're going to use a specific loader from React 3 Fiber. We're using this use loader, or the texture loader. I think it comes actually from the underlying 3JS library, which we're using here. But use loader, basically what this is doing is allowing us to use React suspense for easy loading and error states. There's all kinds of loaders that you can use with 3JS. There's animation loaders and audio loaders and image loaders. Here we're going to use a texture loader. And this texture loader is going to basically take an image and pop it into this texture map that we can then apply right onto the material down here. So take a look here. We are importing the texture loader. We are setting it so that it repeats on its axis that we need it to here. And we are going to apply it right here. We're going to change this mesh standard material, or from a basic material to a standard material, right? Apply the map, the texture map here. I'm setting it up here with the loader, and I'm passing it down here, and just making a couple changes there to the way that map is going to appear. The roughness, the metalness, kind of change the properties of what happens when light interacts with this particular mesh. So let's go ahead and apply this. And oh no, it looks like we broke the scene. Don't worry, we did not break the scene. We just don't have any lights in this scene at all yet. So of course we're not seeing anything. It's like you walked into a room with no lights on, it's pitch black. We need to do that now. When we change from a basic material to a standard material, the basic material is emissive, meaning it gives off some of its own light and it sort of glows in a way. This material is not emissive, so it needs its own light to be visible. So we're going to use what's called an environment here to provide some light to the scene. So I'm going to import an environment from React 3 Dry. And an environment is basically kind of like, have you ever seen the Truman Show, the movie, where he's kind of walking around in this big like fake world and you can see the sky and the wall is like kind of fake? That's kind of what's going on with an environment here too. It's this global cube map where we are surrounded on all sides with sort of an image, really. And the image can be visible or it can be invisible, but either way, the lighting data, the brightness data from that image is going to be used to bounce light into the scene and help to kind of globally illuminate the objects that are in that scene. So here I'm importing an environment. We have our ground component already, and I'm just adding the environment with a preset of city to the scene. This preset is just a picture of a city. That's all it's doing. So it's going to use the lighting information from a city and apply it to our scene. And if we go ahead and apply this, we should see, there we go. There's our carpet. That's what I was envisioning this whole time. So that's starting to look a little more funky, like an arcade carpet. And I feel pretty comfortable moving forward now. All right, so I said what we're building here is going to be a coin mechanism that controls a video player, right? So we need to have the box for the coin mechanism. Let's think inside the box here and figure out how to add this basic box to a scene. Now we've learned about a geometry, which is just kind of our shape, right? We can also, we have a plane geometry, which we use for the floor. We can also have a box geometry in place, and that box geometry will allow us to define sort of the size and position of where this box should be appearing within the scene. So I'm not doing anything really too different here than what we did with the floor. I have a mesh. I'm telling it that it should be able to receive shadows and cast shadows. I have a physical material, which just allows you to dig in a little further in what that lighting impact is on the geometry that it's applied to, or the mesh that it's applied to. And this is just kind of the sizing and positioning data for where that box needs to appear within the scene. So nothing really terribly different here that's happening. Let's go ahead and apply this to the scene. And there's our box. What I don't have here, or here it is down at the bottom here, is this red faceplate. So there's another mesh that I carefully positioned just in front of that kind of gray box that is a little smaller and still kind of maintains this square shape here. But you can see that the color here is red, so that's changing the red property. And this is just very carefully positioned. So it's just a box that's sitting on top of another box. I don't know why I'm talking so much, because that's all it really is. So let's go on to the next part of this scene. It's not much of a coin mechanism if it can't accept coins, and a box, you can't just put coins into a solid box. We need to be able to cut into this solid box and create a coin slot. So let's go ahead and do that here. We're going to use another library. This is Library City for this talk here. This one is a poorly named library called 3bivs, which of course stands for Bounding Volume Hierarchy Constructive Solid Geometry. It's kind of a fancy way of saying cut holes and stuff, as far as I understand, but do it kind of fast. But basically allows you to add, subtract, and mask shapes together in real time. So we're importing 3 different helpers here. This is the operation that we're going to perform. It's a subtraction operation, kind of a Boolean operation. We have the brush. This is going to kind of create the 2 areas that need to interact with one another. And the evaluator is kind of, I don't know, I picture it like the saw that is making the actual cut here. So let's see what's happening. So we have the main box brush in place here. So we're kind of just tracing this geometry, the same size here of that geometry that we defined before. The same goes for this slot hole here. We're kind of very carefully resizing, squishing it down, and positioning it right here on the side. You can kind of see this getting cut into place. And until we run the evaluator, nothing happens until you run the evaluator. So here we're kind of saying subtract the slot hole from the main box. We have the result, and then we're updating. We had a handle to that original box using this ref here. We are saying, hey, replace the geometry from that original box with the result from our evaluation here on this Boolean operation. So that's basically just a long way of saying, again, we're just cutting holes and stuff. It's kind of like what I did with 2 weeks left of shop class back in high school. Just drilling holes. Bonus points if you remember that reference. But we got a hole here. Now I could drag around and kind of show you that this is like an interactive, you see right through it. You see the carpet in the back there. It is working as expected. So let's keep on rolling here. There's also these really great utilities within React 3 Dry to put text right into your scene, which is pretty cool too. Very easy, nothing really too wild looking here. We position the text, we give it a size, we give it a color, and let's apply it to the scene. That easy to apply text to a 3D scene, and you can just change out this text right in your React tree to be able to modify it if you wanted to do so. So now the text, again, is carefully positioned right on top of that red faceplate. So let's keep rolling here and see what is the next step. This is coming together. We can kind of see the vision here, but it is still looking like it was vibe coded or something like, you know, it's not very impressive. So we need to apply some materials and change the way that this geometry presents itself. How do we do that? Well, there's a couple of different approaches that I'm going to take here with this particular scene. One is going to be using a transmission material for that red faceplate. Whenever I remember one of those old arcade games, you used to be able to see kind of the glow of the lights kind of coming through and refracting throughout that red kind of plasticky faceplate. And then the coin mechanism sort of had this, like, I don't know, like grippy, bumpy type of rubbery texture to it. I don't even know what that was. Probably not very safe, but we're going to try to mimic both of those here. So we have this transmission material, which comes from the React 3 Dry utility library. And we're also using a normal texture helper, which I'll get to here in a minute. But oh, we're doing that first. Look, a minute is up. The normal texture. So what a normal is in the 3D space is basically an RGB image. So it's just a kind of a data image that tells light how it should respond to the material when the light hits the material. So rather than making, I told you that this coin mechanism, I remember being kind of like bumpy, like little tiny bumps on it. If we were to actually physically make this 3D box, change the geometry to make it bumpy, it would be a very, very expensive operation to do. All calculating all the math to kind of carve out all of those little nooks and crannies on this 3D coin mechanism just wouldn't really do very well for what we're trying to go for here. So a normal texture, instead, that just fakes it. That just says, here is an RGB image of what looks to be how bumps would kind of respond to light when they interact with it. And based off of the value, if it's red or blue or green, it will sort of tell the light to do something different. And there's some different, this is a little bit simplified here, but there's some different strengths that will be applied here to kind of give the appearance that it's super bumpy, but it's not actually very bumpy at all. And then here at the bottom, we have the main coin box. That's the normal map. The transmission material we're applying to that red transparent faceplate. So we're using this transmission material with some specific properties here to say, let's keep it red, but we're going to allow it to the light to pass through it. A lot of this is kind of baked in straight in the transmission material, and you can just kind of tweak some of these parameters. I played with it a little bit to just get it looking like how I wanted it to look. But let's just see how this all came together after these were applied. Whoa, big difference there, right? I'll just drag around here and you can see if we're zoomed out, we won't be able to tell, but you can see that this box is entirely flat, even though if you look at it, kind of looks bumpy or it's got like creases or ridges in it, right? But it's actually flat when you get closer to it. That's how these video games kind of have faked the appearance of a real texture, but not actually having the texture. And then look at this with the transmission materials. The text is now kind of refracting based off of the camera position. We got light bouncing off the top there. That's pretty convincing. It's looking a lot better than it was. Let's just do some really neat little cinematic camera movements here. Ooh, sweet. I like how that text is moving. It looks a lot more convincing. But it's still a little dark for me. We need to make it more enticing to insert a coin into this slot. So we need to start adding some more lights to this scene. So we have this sort of environmental light that wraps the scene, right? It's invisible, you can't see it, but it's projecting into the scene. We can also add specific kinds of lights to the 3D scene as well. There's point lights and spotlights and ambient lights, all kinds. Here we're gonna use a directional light. And I'm picking it up off the ground, putting way up high in the sky, like it's kind of like a sunlight here, setting the intensity, telling it, cast a shadow with the objects that you're running into, and let's see what happens when we apply that to the scene too. Whoa, there we go. Okay, much better. So you can see this yellow outline is the light itself, and that this cast here is kind of showing you where that light is pointed. So that really made a big difference here. Let's just zoom in and take a look at the before and the after. So here's what it looks like now. Look at there. There's the before. It was really dark and kind of hard. Everything's getting kind of muddy there. And the after, much better. But still, we want to make it enticing to insert these coins into the coin mechanism as well, right? So we could add little point lights into there as well. These are just the little points that I marked as red and position them very carefully. So it's kind of drawing you in and wants you to insert some coins into this thing. So take a look at how that's interacting with the red faceplate. There's also, you can kind of see the city buildings here if you look close enough in that red faceplate. That's from the environment that's coming around here. But that's making a big difference, these little point lights. One more cinematic movement so you can see how that's all interacting with one another. Very cool. Truthfully, I have no idea how these lights are getting any energy, any electricity. There's no wire on this thing. There's no battery installed. We need to put a wire on this coin mechanism. So let's go ahead and do that here. It's just another mesh. We're learning here, maybe you're sensing here, that everything in 3D is kind of faked. We just are creating very specifically positioned and reflective materials and geometries to make things look, more realistic or more appealing. So here we have a cylinder geometry that I'm going to kind of put right where I need it to go, along with a standard material, which has sort of its own emissiveness. We talked about that briefly, where, I don't know, electricity is kind of magic to me. I know that there are explanations for this, but how does it work? I don't know. It's kind of magic. So let's make the wire kind of glow a little bit like it's giving off its own magic. So let's go ahead and add this wire to the scene as well. There we go. Cool. So that's coming together, and you can see, we go under the floor there. You can see how that looks like it's plugged into the back there. Starting to feel like a real deal, right? Okay, let's go around this way. Now, one thing that I do need to do is add a Mux logo to this coin mechanism. After all, this is my employer, and I don't think that, well, this is how I get my coins in my pocket, so I always have to give them a shout out when I give this talk. Mux is going to be powering the video later on in this talk for how this video player is controlled, but always a shout out to Mux for helping out with these talks. But let's get back to the coins itself. The coins are really what's going to be powering this video player, right? So what do we do? What do we do with the coins here? Well, we're using techniques we already know about. We are using a loader to apply certain texture to them. We're going to use a cylinder geometry and just kind of squish it down into like a pancake type cylinder. Very, very, not very tall at all. And we have the standard material. And then I'm going to position it so it's way up in the sky, because I'm envisioning these coins kind of dropping out of the sky into this scene onto the floor. Then we can start to pick them up and interact with them. So let's go ahead and do that. Well, it's added to the scene, but it is not falling like I thought it would. Why is that? Well, while we were able to position this geometry up in the sky, physics are not by default included in 3D. 3D is all sort of, like I said, precisely positioned and lit materials that will just kind of fake it that things are working the way that they would in the real world, right? If we want physics to exist, we need to introduce that into the scene as well. So if I'm picturing that these coins are going to drop to the floor, then we need to do something about that here. So we're going to use another library. We're using React 3 Rapier. This is introducing Rapier Physics, which is just a kind of a fast WebAssembly powered physics engine. It's really great for performance in the browser versus some other alternatives that I was exploring. And this kind of handles all of the interactions, the gravity, when the coins are going to be shooting through this coin mechanism, it'll handle the collisions and so on. So we'll go through how we're going to use this entirely throughout the scene. But we are applying two different elements. There's this rigid body and there's this collider. And they have two kind of different purposes. The rigid body itself is telling the physics environment that there is something here. At this geometry, we're sort of like very carefully positioning this rigid body and this collider right over the coin. So it's almost like a coat that it's wearing, right? To say there's a physical item within this little container here. We can specify what that position is right on the rigid body. We can also assign user this is metadata, really, let's call it what it is. What's a type of this thing? So we can then programmatically look up when a collision happens, what just ran into me? We can refer to that value here. It'll kind of keep that data along for the ride as the scene's rendered. And then we don't want it to render its own colliders. We're going to give it that's particularly specific collider that's very precariously placed right around that coin itself. So these are some additional parameters here that just say, how is this coin going to interact with the scene? Is it bouncy? Is it going to drag if it hits the floor? You can kind of play with these values and see what are the right values for a particular scene. But here were some fun ones that I came up with. And let's apply this to the scene and see. Okay, well, it fell into the scene. I don't know where it went. What happened there? Well, we told the whole scene about the coin having physics, right? But we did not tell the scene about the floor having physics. So we need to add a same deal here, rigid body, to the floor. So I will go ahead and do that. I don't know if this comes through very well, but now we can see this debug sort of XYZ axis here, these lines. That's just kind of representing, yes, this thing has now applied physics, a body, rigid body to the floor here. So if we were to run that again, we should be able to see a little bit more of what we would expect. We can add those colliders similarly to this coin mechanism too. So what I'm envisioning happening here is if a coin is going to land on top of this coin mechanism, it should not pass through like a ghost, this coin mechanism, which is what it would do. It's just what happened with the floor. So we need to add a collider to the top, to the sides of this coin mechanism, to the bottom here. You can see I'm just kind of carefully positioning these kind of walls, but I'm leaving a gap here right in the center to allow for coins to pass through. We have this visual slot, which doesn't actually do anything. But then as soon as we create this collider slot, that's where the coins can actually pass through. So if the coin were to hit over here, it's not gonna work. It's gonna bounce right off of it. But if you get it right in the middle there, it will go ahead and pass through this coin mechanism now. So let's add some coins to this scene. We're gonna need more than that. There we go. I think we're gonna need more than that too. There we go. Now it's starting to feel pretty good. Okay, so it's looking like it's almost there, almost like it's about to be fun, but we can't actually interact with these coins in any way right now. They are having their own interactions with the physics in this scene, but there's nothing. If I were to try to drag around on that coin, it's not going to do anything. It doesn't know anything about me at all. So we need to change that using another library here. It's going to be called Use Gesture React. Gives you this drag helper here. So I tend to get a little wordy on this code block here. I'm going to make this kind of simple. It's essentially what it's doing is detecting if what this drag handler is applied to, the thing that it's applied to, which is the coin, if it detects that I'm holding down on my mouse or I'm with my device on my pointer, then it should pick this thing up. It should override the physics that exist within the scene. And that's what's saying here. Where is it? Is this body type? Yeah, there we go. The body type here, I'm changing it from saying here, number 2, this is kinematic, meaning I want to control the physics. Don't let this scene take over here and apply gravity. There are no more rules. I am in control when I am saying that it is grabbed and I have the correct coin grabbed. And then when I let go of this coin, I want to return back into the physics of the scene. So I'm going back to a body type of 0, which is the dynamic physics. And then I'm also applying a small impulse on the z-axis here, very small, that just kind of pushes the coin forward. Boop, just like I give it a little flick, basically. And this, if I didn't do this, the coin would just fall down when I let go, right? Because it's back in the scene, but it has there's no force behind it anyway. This is applying that force, just a little touch that'll push it forward and allow it to go through into the coin slot. Let's continue on here. So I'll apply that drag handler, and now we can see that we have the ability to pick up a coin, get it into one of those coin slots, which is nice. Sweet. So we're on the right track here. Nothing happens right now when you put these coins into this coin slot. We need to change that now. So let's go ahead and add a sensor. The sensor is essentially this little collider that's very similar to the colliders that we just set up, but the collider is set backwards into the scene and allows the coin to detect when it intersects with this collider, fire a callback event, and allow that callback event to then control something else. That's all it's doing. I'm placing the collider into the scene back here. You can kind of see it, this yellow box. And when the coins will interact with this collider, we'll play a sound, we'll flicker the lights in the scene, and then we'll fire off a callback event to just say, an intersection entered, so let's handle that coin inserted. We'll call this function, make sure to debounce it so it doesn't get fired more times than it needs to. All right, so I've done all of this so far, and we've done almost nothing about a video player. Steve's not going to be very happy about that, so let's go ahead and change that. Here, we're using Media Chrome to apply a video player to the scene. I mentioned before, you can kind of blow up the video player into multiple components, right? So that we have a control bar and a volume slider and a mute button, and we can show those conditionally based off of whatever we dream up. So here, I'm only going to show the controls for a volume if the video is playing. And what's going to control the video playing? Well, if you insert a coin and it intersects with that collider that we positioned back in the scene, then it will add 3 seconds of time to your timer and give you 3 seconds of playback. When that timer runs out, then you need to insert another coin to continue to play the video. So that's what's happening here. We can kind of conditionally control all the different elements of this video player because of the way that Media Chrome explodes all of the different elements into components. So we're just doing some kind of nifty conditional controls here. And again, streaming the video from Mux that will make it really easy to play this video back into our scene. So let's go ahead and get this thing going so Steve's not getting mad. All right, it's looking like it's ready to play back here. So if y'all don't mind, I'm just going to go ahead and start to let this thing rip. Let's grab a coin and just start to play this game.
Final round.
It's also kind of fun to just huck these coins in outer space. Oh, you just throw a Zoom notification at me? Yes, let's go. We're almost there. Continue. Oh gosh, I need one more coin. Here we go. Oh no. Oh no. Yes. All right. We were able to win the game and beat the man this time. I got pretty lucky. Hopefully I didn't mess up the display too bad. I think I accidentally clicked something in my browser. So we kind of almost ran out of coins here. If I were to continue hucking them in outer space, what would we do? Have no fear, because remember, rules are just rules. And you can make up your own rules. So here, I'm applying another rule that says if you were to wiggle that wire enough, it will just add more coins to the scene that we can then interact with. So we're accumulating how much movement is happening on this wire. And if we kind of pass a threshold, then let's go ahead and call a callback here on wire wiggle, and we'll reset the movement counter. So we can kind of see that in action here. Let me just grab this wire in the back. Just give a little wiggle here. Sweet. We're back in business. All right, so this is the most amazing player I've ever built. Steve's going to love this. Let me just send it to him really quickly here. Oh, Steve, one moment. Compose. Steve, here's the player you requested. Let me know what you think. Give you the project here, worst player style. Looking forward to your thoughts. Send that puppy off. Sweet. All right, so again, just a quick review of the stack we covered here today. We have the React 3 fiber library, which was controlling Three.js within React. React 3 Rapier for the physics in our 3D scene. use Gesture React for the drag handlers with the coins and the wire, and then React Redry for so many utility helpers that we used, including the cameras and some materials and so on. And a lot of this is coming from the same group over on GitHub, which is a great follow. It's this Poimandries group here. So I highly recommend checking them out if you're interested in this stuff at all. They're doing some phenomenal work. I'm unaffiliated. I just think they're really great. And then the video side, we're using MediaChrome for the video player itself, and then Mux Video to power the video playback here. So one more thing that I have to share with you. We did talk about MediaChrome a lot today, but we're breathing new life into a player that has been around for a really long time, 15 plus years now, Video.js. We're taking some of the best parts of what we've learned from MediaChrome and bringing them now into Video.js, which is kind of a much broader visibility with that particular project. And we want to make sure that that project stays alive. So I think you should keep up to date with the future of Video.js, where we're performing this revitalization and making sure that it's applicable again to all of the different frameworks that are out there to make it just as composable as MediaChrome has been too. So that's happening right now. Q4 2025, we just released a technical preview. There's an alpha beta hopefully coming here in a few months. And then Q1 2026, this should be stable as well. So if there's one thing that I can leave you with today's talk, maybe it's to check out Video.js, maybe it's check out Mux, but really, I want you to consider bending the rules. I think creative libraries like these allow you to change kind of what it means to build on the internet. It's the flavor of creativity that I often feel is missing from the World Wide Web today. I just really hope that you would go ahead and do your part to also bend the rules. See how you can get creative on the web and continue pushing the boundaries of what you know and what you think that you're capable of. Because really, I mean, we're the ones that are making up the rules anyway. I should probably get back to Steve here. So I'm going to wrap this up. But thank you for your attention and happy to answer any questions that come up.
Thank you, Dave. That was great. And yet another presentation where we're talking more about having fun. Now, folks, we have to get ready for our final talk when we've saved something very special for the close of the event. We're going to have a fireside chat with Tammy Everts. So if you have questions for Dave, drop them in the chat and we'll keep that rolling. And I'll see you back here in about 8 minutes.
Thanks.
Welcome back to the final session of PixelPalooza 2025. Now joining me for a fireside chat, we have Tammy Everts. Tammy has spent the past 2 decades studying how people use the web, and since 2009, she's focused on the intersection between site speed, user experience, and business metrics. And she has a book on the topic. It's called Time is Money, The Business Value of Web Performance, published by O'Reilly. It distills a lot of that research, so I recommend you all check that out. And Tammy today is the Senior Director of Community at Embrace, and she's also the co-chair of the world's only web performance conference, Performance.now, which is held every year in Amsterdam. Also, Tammy has a fun fact. She's the first owner of Uber.com. Unfortunately, didn't make her rich. And so because we're doing this fireside chat style, I've got a ton of questions queued up already for Tammy, but I want to hear from you all out there as well. So I'm going to keep an eye on the chat as Tammy and I are talking. So if you have questions, just drop them in there and I'll find a way to work them into our conversation. So thanks for being with me today, Tammy.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for inviting me.
Absolutely. So I think the most natural place to start is to give us a little bit of a background on the work that you've done, and also I'll drop in here. I would love to hear a little bit more about this Uber.com story.
Well, I won't leave you in suspense. The Uber thing was way back in the early 90s. Me and my husband and a friend of ours from university, we started a zine on paper that we called Uber. And then it's really expensive to print on paper. So we started publishing it online. We had a website back when websites were gray and had black text. And we called it uber.com because I think I mentioned that was the name of our zine. And so, yeah, we were the first people to buy the domain, and we published the zine for a while. Can't find it on the Wayback Machine because it predates the Wayback Machine. But I wish that I could have some screenshots to show you because, yeah, it was fun times. We sold it when we kind of decided to, disband the magazine, and we made tens of hundreds of dollars. And then, like years later, we're like, Uber, what's this? So yeah, it's kind of funny.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And so you've had a recent change, because I mean, when we were first talking about this chat today, you'd worked at SpeedCurve, and now you technically work at Embrace. So can you tell us a little bit about your recent history?
Yeah, this is my first time doing a talk as officially as an Embracian, as I'm told we call ourselves. So Embrace acquired SpeedCurve. It was just announced, a week ago. It's been in the works for a little while, so it's exciting to finally be able to announce it. And so Embrace's platform is an observability platform. So they focus on we focus on user-centered observability. SpeedCurve does web monitoring, which is very much like kind of front end and web. So it's kind of a really great joining of forces because the goal is that people who use our tools will be able to monitor and understand the performance of their site and their native app on all different platforms. So it's pretty exciting. So.
Yes, that's great. So do you see yourself doing something similar at Embrace as you've been doing at SpeedCurve, or do you feel like it will change a bit?
Yeah, hopefully just like more and even better because in like I've been at Speaker for 8.5 years, and like I said before, our focus is on front end web performance monitoring and kind of providing optimization suggestions and things like that for web based properties. So being able to and we I would always get the question from our customers. We have like lots of customers because been around for a while, and I would always get this question, "Oh, but do you do native apps?" And always have to say like, "No, sorry, we don't." So now I don't have to say that anymore. So I'm really looking forward to digging into embrace data and like kind of understanding what performance means and what kind of metrics that you track on native apps because it's not apples for apples. It's a little bit of apples and oranges. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Oh yeah, that's a really good point. It's a totally different platform, right? You gotta look at it differently. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we want to talk about web performance and primarily on the front end. And so usually when I'm chatting with folks about this, one of the first questions I ask them is, why does it matter? Or, just very broadly speaking, why should folks care about web performance, particularly as it affects the user experience?
Yeah. So I mean, it's so funny because I've been doing this for so long, I take it for granted, and then I'm like, "Oh, no, wait, I wrote a book about this so that" because I wanted people to know that these issues, are kind of real and they tie back to your business and your and user behavior. So it kind of varies from site to site. There's lots of different studies out there that kind of dig into this, but what it boils down to is that after many years of studying many different websites, what we know is that as pages slow down from a user perceived perspective, it affects business metrics like bounce rate, cart size, conversion rate, all kinds of things. So it stands in your best interest to make your pages appear as quickly as they can to your users because ultimately it hurts them. I mean, a crappy user experience is a crappy user experience. And we all know what slowness feels like and how awful
Mhm.
it is. But it also hurts your business. So yeah, that's kind of it in a nutshell.
And is there kind of a golden rule, like if a page takes this long to load, you're going to lose some percentage of your user base?
I wish it were that easy. I get asked all the time if there's like a kind of a bit of a unicorn metric to chase or, like some
Mhm.
kind of universal threshold. I mean, I did a talk at you mentioned performance.now, the conference that I helped chair. I just did a keynote there 3 weeks ago where I focused on getting people to think about bridging the gap between pragmatic goals, for example, like, oh, if we make for our particular site, we've done the research and we know that we'll have peak conversion, so basically best possible conversion rate if pages render in 2 seconds. So that might be the number for your particular site at this particular moment in time. And so 2 seconds kind of feels like, oh, okay, that's your goal. But then there's also a user experience goal, which is that really to deliver a beautiful, seamless user experience that makes people feel like, oh, this is lovely. I'm just flicking through like pages on a book. Like just it's as seamless as anything else that I do in life that is lovely and enjoyable. For that, you're kind of aiming at 100 milliseconds, which gives you that illusion of instantaneousness. So I kind of made up this term like like bridging the gap between pragmatic, which is that 2 second business goal, and 100 milliseconds, which is kind of like your magical seamless goal. And I came up with the term pragmagical, so hashtag.
I love
um
it.
so that's kind of a long answer to your question. It's you have to look at your own data to figure out, well, what's your threshold, what shouldn't you be worse than. But ideally, from my perspective, I think you should be better than just good enough. You should kind of aim for as close as possible to that 100 millisecond point.
And what type of metric, like for companies that are trying to study that and like get their kind of sweet spot or set their own organizational goal, what are they really looking for? What are those key signals?
So in performance, there are dozens and dozens and even hundreds of metrics that you can track that are relative to different things that are happening on the page. Google did a really helpful thing a few years ago where they coined three metrics that kind of correlate with different elements of the user experience. They call them core web vitals. So the first one is largest contentful paint, which is when the main kind of the hero image renders in the browser. So that's really helpful because it gives you the message that the page is responding and you're getting meaningful content back. The second metric is cumulative layout shift, which kind of tells you how janky the page is, like how much our images and text and things like that kind of moving around the page, because that's very, very irritating and it can be really problematic, especially on mobile. And so cumulative layout shift is the second metric. And then the third one is called interaction to next paint, which tells you how responsive the page is to any user interaction. So whether you're clicking or tapping or doing a keystroke, whatever it might be. So those are three kind of good metrics to start with. Google cares about them for SEO reasons. So it's really, if you're not familiar with these metrics and you care about user experience and SEO, which hopefully you do, learning more about Core Web Vitals is really, really important. And then there's kind of like a couple of other metrics that people, in addition to Core Web Vitals, that I would always recommend people familiarize themselves with. And one is just backend time or time to first byte, which lets you know, is it a server issue? So it's not on the front end, but you should know about backend problems as well, because if backend times are slow, they're going to push out all of your front end metrics. And then start render, which is kind of like, is anything happening in the browser? So start render can be a helpful metric because it's supported across all browsers. It's supported by synthetic testing tools. It's supported in real user monitoring tools. So it's fairly universal. It's like the O positive of performance metrics.
And do you feel like or I should say, have you found that if you look at all of those metrics and you land, maybe I can ask this in two ways. If you land in the green, are you typically in a good spot versus if you land in the yellow, are you typically not in a good spot? Or is there more nuance that you should consider with those results that you get back?
Yeah, so if you're thinking about Core Web Vitals, for example, because Google does have recommended thresholds for each Web Vitals. So thinking about largest contentful paint, for example, so when the hero image renders. So Google considers anything good that is faster than 2.5 seconds. And then that's green. And then yellow or orange is 2.5 to, I should know this, 4 seconds. That's kind of the needs improvement area. And then anything worse than 4 seconds is in the red, it's poor. And that's where, according to Google, you're kind of in the problem zone. So those are helpful as a place to get started, but they're really just a starting point because they're Google thresholds based on aggregating a lot of data, like that they're capturing via Chrome, but it's not specific to your site. So for example, like at Speed Curve, when there's a new metric, we like to do some investigation using our own customers' data and see, well, how does this metric actually correlate to user behavior, or how does it actually correlate to like conversion rate or business metrics? And we found in looking at data for a lot of different sites and how they performed on Core Web Vitals, that actually for a surprising number of sites, that I'm trying to think about how to express this. If under 2.5 seconds is considered good according to Google, you would think that, oh, okay, well, so long as my pages have an LCP time of 2.5 seconds, I'm fine. But when we actually look at real user data, we found that for quite a large number of sites, they needed to be actually faster than 2.5 seconds to have that peak conversion rate. So, it could vary. It could be 1.1 second or 1.5 seconds or whatever. But having pages that are just 2.5 seconds for LCP, you could be losing conversions because really your peak conversion rate is going to happen if you make people's experience faster than that. So as I said, the Google recommendations are helpful, but I wouldn't use them as your Bible. You really need to look at your own data and figure out what your own goal should be.
Yes, that's I mean, it's such a good point because I don't know, I feel like there's that kind of like human reaction where we see green and we're like, cool, we're good to go, right? Like this is amazing. And the thing that can be misleading or maybe a misconception. I wonder if are there other kind of glaring misconceptions that you've come across in recent years that folks have around I mean, like, maybe it's users or even businesses that they have around performance in general.
So glaring misconceptions. Well, I mean, kind of on point with the topic of like image weight, for example. I
Mhm.
think there's, thinking about that, there's a lot of misconception around whether or not excessive image weight is still even a problem on the web, and how much our various tools are doing to help or hurt. So, the web is how we build pages is always in flux, and how we monitor pages is always changing because, all the tools and the vendors and the browsers are kind of trying to keep up. So, just as a for instance, um, 'cause I could pull up a slide here that I made.
Great.
That's
Yeah.
okay. Um, can you see that?
Yes.
All right. So this is data from the HTTP archive, and what it shows is that so the HTTP archive looks at like million plus pages on the web, and it crawls twice a month, and it comes up with a lot of really interesting page related data. And so according to the latest crawl of the HTTP archive, the median page serves like over a meg of just image weight to desktop users. And you could think like, oh, that's not so bad, but actually when you look at the 75th percentile and 90th percentile, it's getting up to like close to 7 megs of just image weight that's being served.
Wow.
And then for mobile, it's almost as bad. So think about it, like serving more than 6 megs of data just in images to your little mobile device, which you can have all kinds of different connectivity problems, CPU issues if you're using an older device, all kinds of issues. And a few years ago, I was invited to participate in a Google machine learning study that looked at like many millions of user sessions. And what we found when we looked at all that data was that the number of images on the page was the second greatest predictor of conversions. So the sessions that didn't convert on average had 31 images on the page. The sessions that did convert had less than half that, or sorry, just over half that. So 19 images on the page. So like quite a lot. And the total number of page elements was the first greatest predictor of conversions. So image weight really does matter. It's a powerful indicator. Oh, and then one other thing actually I wanted to mention is that excessive image weight, like 26% of searches are Google image searches, and excessive image weight hurts your SEO ranking in Google image search. So that's something that people might not be aware of or realize. And what can cause problems is that people might not have visibility into how they're building their pages and what that is doing in terms of resizing or optimizing images. So a lot of people think that resizing is the same as optimizing, and it is not. It's you so when whatever tool you're using, your CMS or what have you, might be resizing your images. You're throwing like a 3 meg image into the CMS, and it might be resizing it to fit the page, but it's not necessarily optimizing it to make it small. So there's a distinction there that some people might not realize, especially as you have more and more teams, more and more people touching the page who might not understand the performance implications of what they're doing. They're just grabbing an image from a database in your company and just slamming it into your CMS. So those are very real problems. Sorry, I'll stop for a second. Did that kind of answer your question?
Absolutely. And those numbers are kind of astounding because you're really talking about, like, some of those sites are like 30 images times 7 megs per image. It's like, that's a massive, massive page. And I could see how, yeah, that's not going to convert. It made me curious, as you have chatted with your clients over the years. Um, I'll kind of ask this in two parts. And like, part, does your recommendation usually come from, or is it that you put the optimization onus on the content editors before they're putting it in the CMS? Or do you usually recommend that they talk to their developers, and based on that, like, or if you've done both, the second part is, have you seen more or less success based on like where that optimization is happening, programmatically versus maybe more process based?
Yeah, there's not really a single answer to that because teams can be so different. Like, you know, ideally, if a company has like a really healthy usability and performance culture, which is not maybe as common as I would like to see, they're educating everybody across the board, whether they're content creators, site editors, their dev team, their engineering team, about the implication of everything that they build on the page. Um, so I guess like a simple way to kind of put it is, if you're using a CDN, a content delivery network, which a lot of bigger sites are, but smaller sites don't use CDNs. So if you're using a CDN, you want to make sure that your CDN is actually turned on, or that you've enabled image compression and other image optimization strategies with your CDN. So, ideally your CDN suggesting it to you, but you want to make sure that you're doing that. And if you don't use a CDN, then you absolutely do need to make sure that anybody who is uploading images to your site understands that the images need to be the correct size. They need to understand that responsive image resizing is not the same as optimization. And there's a lot of good resources online. I'm not a developer myself. I'm a UX person, so I kind of just know enough to kind of say like, do that, don't do that. But then getting into the nuts and bolts of how it's done, there are people who have a lot more expertise in actual strategies than I do. But yeah, so another couple of strategies that get used, but then also, I mean, there's no bad strategies really. It's more just their application. And so, as an example of this, um, we talk about lazy loading. So lazy loading is a really great like page optimization strategy. And what it does is, um, when used well, non-essential images, so images outside kind of the viewport, get lazy loaded, and so they're not blocking what we call the critical rendering path. So the critical rendering path is basically, ideally, the shortest possible line between that first HTML call of the page and your meaningful content. And the fastest sites typically have a really short critical rendering path. If a page takes a long time to render, and it's not a back-end issue, it's often because there's a lot of stuff in that critical rendering path that's just kind of getting in the way. So that could be JavaScript, it could be image files that aren't your main image. It's just a kind of a bit of a messy page. So lazy loading is a really great strategy. The problem is if people implement it too aggressively, and then you get issues like this where you're lazy loading the main image, which you don't want to do, and then that hurts your largest contentful paint time because your important image is being called way, way, way too late.
Yes, and
Another, sorry, go on, let's.
oh, yeah. So I think that kind of like bringing it back to whose responsibility it is. I like that it seemed like you were really getting at, everybody has to everyone who plays a role in bringing this content or this code to this particular page has some level of responsibility and needs to consider performance in that way, because like you said, there are a lot of different ways to implement what that performance might look like. And I think that's that makes a lot of sense. We have a note in the chat here, where Courtney said they have to send reminders to their team often. I'm like, yes, it's a thing that we have to constantly talk about, right?
Yeah, and it's understandable. I mean, these days it feels like teams are smaller, everybody's asked to do more. Things are happening fast. It's really easy to intentionally or unintentionally skip a step that doesn't feel
Mhm.
necessary because you're on your local and the image pulls up quickly for you, so you don't think of it as being this huge image. So you don't recognize it as a usability problem. I mean, this is why, and this isn't a plug for Speed Curve specifically. It's more just a plug for monitoring in general. Like, you do some form of external monitoring, like doing synthetic testing on your pages, doing real user monitoring of how your site actually performs for real users out in the wild, so that you have that visibility, because your own visibility does not equal your user's visibility. Your experience is not your user's experience. So I'm a huge advocate of, like, just always be testing, always be monitoring.
I love that. And what's interesting to me is these tools, even both hardware and software, that continue to advance, give us the ability to create things that are even bigger and bigger constantly. Um, have you also found that, so we were talking about kind of like yeah, that 2 seconds to 2.5 seconds is usually that cutoff for, yeah, it's okay, 100 milliseconds is instant. For those metrics, I mean, has the user's attention span gone down over time? So do we see like creators creating bigger things and people getting more impatient, or has the user experience, or user expectations remained relatively stable?
I think user expectations are really that's a really good question. I think user expectations are really hard to pin down
Mhm.
because they're so contextual.
Okay.
Um, so just as an example, think about how you might engage with, like, a travel booking site. So when you're at home and you're planning a vacation, you're using the booking site, you're researching, you're enjoying poking around, and you're kind of going down this rabbit hole, and you don't mind spending a lot of time on this site to do that research because it's fun and it's interesting.
Mhm.
Um, and so if pages are a little bit slower, you're probably not going to feel any sense of urgency around that because you're like, oh, well, it's just pulling up more meaty information for me to look at. Um, but then, say you're in the middle of your trip and something goes wrong with your booking, you need to rebook something, or you're kind of in one of those, like, semi-crisis things that can happen when you're on vacation. You're going back to the same site, and maybe this time you're on your phone, and maybe you're at the resort that you're staying at, and hotel Wi-Fi is usually terrible, and you're just trying to, like, make some change, and the site isn't responding, or it feels really janky because you're on your phone and things are moving around, and suddenly everything just feels much more irritating and annoying. So the site might be the same. The thing that's changed is you and the context that you're approaching it with. So I would say that the one thing we can't rely on as developers, engineers, usability people is this idea that there's, like, a set expectation that users have. And it's kind of why I feel like that goal has to be kind of make it as fast as you can. Like, don't just meet expectations, exceed expectations, because you just don't know what those really terrible experiences are going to feel like. And people, when they suffer a really bad experience, even if it's and they're stressed out, people blame the messenger, like, if
Mhm.
the site's not really, like, they're angry, they're annoyed, they're maybe thinking, I'm not going to use this site again. And that's their last impression of your brand.
Mhm.
So, and that's maybe what they might tell people about. They might leave a review for you on, whatever review tools they're using. So, you really just need to always think like, don't think about what your user expects on their best day. Think about what your user expects on their worst day.
Yes, it's such a great point because what I started thinking about was, well, the industry that you're in or the type of user that you're trying to serve would, kind of change your benchmark just across the board. But I mean, even that example was like, it's the same website, it's just the user in a different scenario has a completely different expectation. And yeah, that's fascinating. So I really like that. Yeah, make it as fast as you can. And so, something else that I know we had been chatting about previously was kind of around, but the accessibility and sustainability of images, because it's and I think this topic has really it's surfaced quite a bit recently in this age of AI, because we're like creating so much so fast, and we do it on this little tiny screen, and we're so many layers of abstraction away from like the thing that's actually making all of this work. And so, I mean, what should folks consider, not just to make the pages faster for users, but are there other implications in terms of accessibility or sustainability that developers and web stakeholders should consider?
Yeah, well, it's interesting because I kind of mentally went down this rabbit hole a while ago where I was thinking about knock-on effects for things. So, and starting with AI. And again, keeping in mind this is a very sort of hand wavy sort of scenario I'm going to walk through. But my understanding of how AI, when people use AI to build pages, is that, or even just tools like Next or React, like those platforms, is they're making a lot of things easier, which is very, very appealing, and and making things faster, which is feels increasingly necessary in the world that we all live in today. But what they're doing that can be a problem is really relying on a lot of JavaScript and kind of like sloppily executed JavaScript on the pages. So the effect there is that when we look at sites that have, going back to LCP, like that largest contentful paint, a metric, when we look at sites that have really poor LCP times, what we see more and more of is that these are on pages where the critical rendering path is really long because there's a lot of JavaScript and other elements of the page that are being kind of just flying around, blocking the main thread before that LCP image can be called. So that's a user experience problem because it's making the page feel slow. But it's also an accessibility problem because screen readers are just trying, like a screen, like I've only have kind of a passing experience with trying screen readers, so I'm very, very novice to doing this. But a screen reader is just trying to read the code, like the underlying code in the page, so that they can give a working idea to the person who's using the screen reader and give them a kind of a working model of like, what is on this page? How do I use this page? What am I meant to do on this page? And how do I do it? And if you've got a lot of just kind of junk and optimized content, I mean, you could tell yourself, well, oh, I put alt text on my images, so I've done everything that I need to do. But if that image is, the 100th resource that's called on the page, and a screen reader has to sort through a whole bunch of other things before it can even read that alt text, that's an accessibility problem as well as a user experience problem. And just as far as that affects your business, it's maybe really helpful to keep in mind that people who use assistive tech to use the web actually shop online much more and much more often than people who don't use assistive tech. So there might be fewer people, but their use is much more consistent, and they tend to be really, really loyal to sites that do accessibility right. So if you can nail accessibility for your site and you provide any kind of service or any kind of product, you have a great potential to kind of lock in a really, really loyal user base. And I found this really interesting stat. I'm going to pull it up. Oh, which is from a UK study, a recent UK study, basically found that accessibility issues cost UK companies, this is UK companies, over $17 billion in lost revenue per year. And just over Black Friday and Cyber Monday, which are coming up, that's like over 445 million, 446 million pounds. So it's a lot of money being lost that is kind of needless. So, kind of pulling things back full circle, this is to me where, yeah, we have like these performance and accessibility metrics over here. We have, we want to help our users. So there's, just like, I think a heartfelt, human-centered kind of goal, but ultimately it ties back to your business as, things typically do. User experience is not divorced from the business. It's crucial to the business.
Yes, we had a talk earlier today where the presenter had said we were talking about screen readers as well, and they said if you haven't, you should use a screen reader to interact with your website, and I think that is fantastic advice. Aside from that, are there other tools that you recommend that folks employ to make sure that they are accessible to that crowd?
I think the first step is finding is having an accessibility audit done for your site. So you can, if you want to do something that's free, is you can use a synthetic testing tool like SpeedCurve does this, but any synthetic testing tool, Lighthouse, which is basically a free tool from Google, will give you an accessibility score. And it'll give you a list of audits for things that you need to fix on your page that will make it better. So that's a really helpful first place to start with. But if you want to go deeper and kind of get, I think, more nuanced, maybe a little bit more helpful and specific advice, you should consider, and I think this is going to be around the corner probably eventually, the same way that, a lot of companies, a lot of businesses have to do like SOC 2 audits and show that they're SOC 2 compliant on an annual basis. Accessibility is probably going to become, kind of follow that same rigor. I know there are people who are championing that really, really hard. In the UK, or sorry, in the EU, not sure if this is the UK as well, but in the EU, it's definitely a bigger deal than it is in the rest of the world. But typically, the EU devs and that kind of community they kind of lead in a lot of the good ethical ways. So we should pretty much look to the EU and if what they're doing there will probably trickle over to the rest of us eventually. So getting ahead of it and getting a company, and there's a number of good ones like DQ is one. You can look around and getting an annual accessibility audit done to see what you need to fix on your pages and kind of just trying to be transparent with your customers and the rest of your team about that, and then not introducing more usability problems or accessibility problems. So there's an education piece there, but it's going to become essential, so get ahead of it.
Yes, and so okay, so let's say a company has done that, and you've jam-packed a ton of great advice into this short period of time. But let's take that hypothetical situation and say, yeah, okay, so company is super diligent and they're doing an annual accessibility audit. They prioritize the things they need to, hand them off to their engineering teams, et cetera. There's until they get to next year's audit. I suspect it's more than just having the engineers address this year's audit. What are some other, I mean, maybe they're tools, maybe they're practices or processes that you feel like folks should put in place to kind of, maintain the importance of performance as a priority every day?
Yeah, so I think fighting regressions is really like wherever you're at, if you need to get a lot better, or if you just need to get a little better, or if you're already really good, nobody wants to get worse. So for that, I always advocate that folks explore the idea of creating performance budgets. So what a performance budget is something that you implement in whatever your testing tool is, or your monitoring tool, There's a link to this guide that people can find on the Speed Curve site to what a performance budget is and how to create them. But really what it is pragmatically is you looking at whatever metric you care about. So in this case, I've pulled up image size, total image size for a specific page. And you can see that typically it's kind of down here in the green, but the budget is, I think it's 500 kilobytes for this particular page. And you can see anytime the page exceeded that budget. So you can quickly drill down into the page diagnostics and see, oh my gosh, why did images explode on this page all of a sudden? So performance budgets are really, really helpful for fighting regressions. And from an accessibility perspective, you can set a performance budget for your Lighthouse accessibility score. So even if Lighthouse isn't what you're using as your auditing tool to kind of see where you're in and out of compliance, at the very least, you know that if your Lighthouse accessibility score gets worse, there's something you might need to investigate, like something was introduced that made things worse. So you can start to explore there.
That's great. Well, I've really appreciated this time and this chat, Tammy. Do you have any closing thoughts, or if you want to let folks know how they can get in touch if they have further questions for you?
Yeah, so I am pretty easy to find. I'm on LinkedIn, just at Tammy Everts on LinkedIn or Blue Sky. Um, you can also email me at tammy@speedcurve.com. And I don't know if folks can't see this because I haven't shared it. I kind of put together this last slide of just, I don't know if people want to do a screenshot or not. Um, these are kind of just the 10 things that I think people should be paying attention to when it comes to optimizing images on their pages, managing image weight and complexity on their pages. I won't read them all here, but if anybody has any questions about these, definitely reach out to me on LinkedIn or Blue Sky or via email, and I will be happy to chat more. I can talk about this all day long, as you probably guessed.
Well, thank you very much, Tammy.
Thank you, Sean.
All right, folks, that's it for this year's PixelPalooza. This has been a collaboration between FITC and Certified Fresh Events, or CFE.dev. Now, before we go, we do have one final swag giveaway, so let's do that little virtual drum roll. And our final winner today is Takashi Inskeep. So Takashi, if you want to claim your prize, send an email to info@fitc.ca. All right, and now, before we finally wrap things up, I want to offer some much needed thanks. So very, very, very thankful to all three of our sponsors, Imagix, Cloudflare, and Cloudinary. Honestly, without the generosity of companies like these, this type of event, it wouldn't be possible. It certainly wouldn't be possible to let folks attend for free. So big, big thanks to these sponsors. We appreciate your ongoing support to continue to make these things happen. And thanks again to everyone who has been on camera with us for a session, a presentation, for all the live Q&A. It really takes a lot of work to come up with these presentation ideas, to take the core of an idea and form it into a story, attach the visuals and the code, rehearse it, present it, be ready to be in the hot seat and answer all my tough questions. So I really, really, really appreciate the information, the experience, and the engagement that we've had throughout the day today. And I want to give you all a final thank you for everyone who attended PixelPalooza. This was wonderful. I had a blast following the chat and having all the presenters answer your questions today. I was thinking about a lot of what we've heard in terms of the content today, and usually I like to kind of wrap it up and say, okay, well, these are the themes I heard, and typically that relates to a lot of the emerging technology that has kind of been like the zeitgeist on the socials or whatever, and we could have predicted ahead of time what we were going to hear. These days it's kind of like it's AI, it's AI, it's AI. But honestly, what really surprised me today is that we heard so much about have fun, go build something useless. And I mean, it's such a wholesome message, and I absolutely love it as a theme. And I think it just makes life and it makes work more enjoyable. And I try to do the same thing. When I give talks, the last thing that I say when I leave the stage is I hope you all have, you find a way to have a little bit of fun along that way. So to all of you, to our sponsors, to our supporters, our speakers, and to you, our attendees, one more massive thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you also to the folks behind the scenes at FITC. All of you, don't forget to have a little fun along the way, and I'll see you next time.